can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK launch. No one dies waiting for an organ transplant.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK launch. No one dies waiting for an organ transplant.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK launch. No one dies waiting for an organ transplant.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK launch. No one dies waiting for an organ transplant.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK launch. No one dies waiting for an organ transplant.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK launch. No one dies waiting for an organ transplant.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. This is Amrita Sharma. I'm delighted to open today's episode. Today's episode is again a beautiful theme of organ donation. And that's why in today's episode, we will be hearing on the importance of organ donation and how it has given life to so many people worldwide. But before we dive deep into the topic and take up more discussions on that with our episode producers, it's time for Gayatri Mantra. Closing your eyes, taking a deep breath, chanting the name of Lord, feeling the essence inside. Om. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः Welcome. Today's episode on organ donation is specifically dedicated on hearing up the live experiences of organ donors and organ recipients, sharing up the experience and the expertise of health professionals who are in this field, and taking this leverage of organ donation, UK and beyond. Before we dive deep into all this, we are not aware about how important it is to think about others' life rather than just our life. And that's why the field of organ donation is very important, where every second a person is dying, and many of them die because they don't get the right help at right time. Before we leave this earth, it's high time to realize and do something good for humanity. And that's the step today's episode is based on. A lead to give life to someone, a lead to do a selfless service for granting life to someone with the grace of God. Science, with its advancement, has led to so many miracles that one of the best thing is it gives us an opportunity to take a privilege to give life to someone by donating our eyes, donating our heart, donating our kidneys, donating the liver, and much more to come. And that's why this episode throws a deep light into how it feels when the life is just stopping and you get someone to hold the hand and give you another life. We'll be taking up the experiences of so many people who have the courage to donate their organs, and also all those people who are pretty thankful to God and the recipients due to which they still can see the life. And therefore, today with me, I have today's episode producer, Kirit Mystery from Midlands. And before I invite him to say something, I want to introduce you to him with my short biography. Kirit Mystery is a founder and lead of Health Inequalities. He's the president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation 2023-24, director of Health Portfolio for Hindu Council UK, and he has worked for over 30 years in health promotion, mainly in drug addiction, mental health, diabetes, organ, blood, living kidney awareness, and stem cell donation, cancer, and much more. And apart from that, he is a wonderful human being. So, global namaste to you, Kirit Mystery, and a very good afternoon as well.
Global namaste, Amritaji, and thank you for the welcome and the kind introduction as well. And it's always great to host with you. And you know, you're such a wonderful human being as well, and obviously you give back a lot to the cause that we're trying to do. So thank you again. And again, a global namaste to all of our listeners viewing from all over the world. You're in today. We have a fantastic program, and it's the topic of organ donation. And it's because starting from tomorrow, 23rd of September, from tomorrow till the 29th of September, we've got Organ Donation Week in the UK. So it's an annual awareness of organ donation here in the UK. And we've got obviously a flavour of what we're going to do in this show today, where you're going to hear from recipient donors, as Amrita Jesus has mentioned, but also you're going to be entertained by the Rotary Club of Organ Donation. We've just created, as you know, we've got a Rotary Club of Organ Donation, which I was the president of last year, and now we're founding the Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK. So you're going to have members of that club joining us, and we're going to be partnering up with our UK partner, which you'll hear more of, Lalji, who's also a great presenter and always here on Healing Our Earth. So really great to be with you, and excited for the next 4 hours.
Yeah, it's really a good initiative on the part of you are in the panel of Saha as well, and from the part of the organ donation lead from the Rotary Club. What all are the statistics that you have found in today's time at present till 2024 on the edge of organ donation, and what do you think, has this improved, or there's a lot more to be done in particular fields? Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, so as you see behind me, we have the organ donation law change here in the UK in 2020. And that means we've come to a system where we now have to opt out as opposed to opting in. And it's been a great change for this law, because for the last 10 years before this law came in, we were going out trying to encourage people to join our organ donor register. And this year, the theme of Organ Donation Week for the UK is 30 years of the organ donor register. So we've got an anniversary since the organ register came in place. But we have had challenges, particularly with the South Asian communities actually donating either after death or in some cases as a living donor because of their own health conditions. Statistics wise, in the UK, it's slightly improved, but not as much. Even we've had the law change in 2020, overnight, because of miscommunication, misinformation, a lot of our communities decided to opt out because the misinformation that was being portrayed was, don't give your organs, the government are going to own your body, they're going to take your organs. And it's totally not the case. Here, even though with the law change, we are automatically going to be donors, but your next of kin, your family has the last say. So the messages that we've been working on is having those conversations with your loved ones, with your family, to let them know your wishes. But also, you know, from statistics wise, it's great to see the excellent work going on in India. But in the UK, we've created a number of campaigns, you know, to target those communities. So through the work we've done, we've created a Hindu campaign, a Sikh campaign, a Muslim campaign. Because again, the barriers that we were coming across was people were using religion or culture as their saying it's forbidden within my religion. So we've had to create campaigns and then start having dialogue with our religious scholars to get them to provide the message to their members as well, and to get the message out from a well source, because most of our communities we turn to at the time of need, we turn to our priests, our imams, our etc., our religious leaders. So it's important that they are helping us to spread the message. And we've got a wonderful chaplain who's also part of our Rotary Club for Organ Donation UK member, who actually works, he's the chaplain in a hospital, and he sees it firsthand in terms of those conversations. Going back to the statistics, you know, over a number of years ago, before the law came in, we still had this 35% of families were actually refusing their loved one's decision. So at the time when the person was ended up in ICU, that's when if the person was not going to make it, the families would be consulted to say, did you know your loved one was on the organ donor register? And at that time, the families could decide to honor their wishes. But because the families weren't aware, and because of the cultural and religious kind of taboos around the subject, a lot of the families were refusing their loved one's organs to be donated. Now, what that means, and you'll hear firsthand from our Paolo, who's with us, what that means is, because there's not enough donations coming from our communities, people will wait longer for a transplant, for for an organ transplant. So that's the challenge, because of from our ethnic communities, we are not donating as much as our host communities, white Caucasian communities. And that's where, if somebody is in need of an organ donor transplant, our organ donor register is where everyone is signed up to, but also the actual register, whose people who are needing a transplant, they will then be contacted by their local hospitals or their transplant centers to say, we've found an organ for you, and can you come? And that's when. But a lot of our communities are waiting for that call, waiting for that telephone to say, is my turn coming? Is that organ coming for me? Is my life going to be saved? And sadly, it's a waiting game, and you'll hear that from members who are going to be joining us, because they can tell you their journey, but they still can tell you how long they waited. So what we still need to, our message here in the UK, but also in globally, is let's tackle whatever religious cultural taboos we have, right? Even if we put our religion taboos to one side, the real matter we should be talking about is, if you or your loved one will need an organ, will you take it? If you're willing to take an organ, then you should be thinking about donating, because somebody's died to give you that organ. So let's not, let's have those conversations. Let's have those, do your research. We tell people not to, make a decision without doing their research. But most importantly, think that if you are in need of an organ, would you take it? And if you're going to take it, then think about donating after death. And one of our communities who have got kidney disease, again, we need the people to come forward from their own communities, from their own families, because the best match will come. And you'll hear that from our doctors who'll be joining us later, because the best match comes from their own ethnic group and from their blood type, etc. So if somebody comes forward, and I was really honored yesterday, we were doing a dementia awareness event. I was really honored to come across a community member who said, oh, I've seen your Facebook, you're doing some great work. I actually donated to my mother. Look, my mother's here, she's 69, and I donated, I was a living donor. And despite my family members saying don't do it, because again, when we talk about culture within our communities, there's this kind of taboo that if you're a female and you're going to donate one of your kidneys, then A, the community will find out. B, you will not get marriage proposals, and thirdly, you may not be able to conceive later in life, which is not the case. And this young lady actually has saved her mother's life. It was a great birthday present, and most importantly, she's seen her mother, now totally different, and they're traveling and doing what they couldn't do when their mother was having kidney failure. So really, and we hear stories, and you're going to hear Paolo's story later on. But our message, Amrita ji, is in India as well. There's some fantastic work going on in Surat through Donate Life, and then through Lalji's doing some work, and also the Rotary Club of Organ Donation. That's another global club. So we are really trying to spread the message, not just in the UK, but globally.
Yeah, that's really wonderful. In fact, just because it's not just one medical issue, it has a lot of things on social, religious, and ethnic basis that are linked with this, is also a big thing to think about, on which I think health education is very important at a vast level. And when I think children are taught about, this is how the heart looks like, this is how the kidney looks like, they must be given a lesson about the importance of these things in people's life. Because until and unless, I personally think it comes to your own personal basis, as you mentioned, that if you need an organ, then will you accept it? Then you must think about giving as well. So until and unless we put ourselves in that situation and think, it will not come up. So yeah, this is really good. Thank you very much. And let's have our words from our founder and director, Neil Kumar, as well. Global namaste to you, Neil Kumar, and a very warm welcome.
A very big global namaste to you, Amrita. Thank you for anchoring here, and a global namaste to our episode producer today, Kirit Mistry, who does wonderful activity, not just for the South Asian community in Midlands. He's all over UK, now, they outreach other places as well. And the wider audience also include people who are not of Asian origin. So that is so beautiful, the work that he's doing. Since we are beaming live and streaming on social media at the moment on Facebook, YouTube, and our website, Kirit, a couple of UK people questions they are asking. Is there any cost attached to the organ donor?
No, if you're going from let's take the living donation. If you're willing to donate your kidney, then there's no cost attached. The hospital, your local hospital, will meet all the costs, and also in terms of the medicine, right through to all the tests will be carried out by your local. You just need to come forward if you're wanting to do it for a family, but then if you're wanting to do it as an altruistic donor, the same apply. You just contact your local transplant hospital, and they will be able to then go through the process. But there's no cost. There is also, if somebody in the UK had a relative living in India, and they're willing to be a donor, then again, the hospital here would then look at the matching, all the tests would be carried out, and then they would be meeting their cost to come over to help. Because at the end of the day, providing a kidney transplant will cost on average £40,000 to keep somebody on dialysis. So that's why we're trying to advocate more people coming forward to donate, because it's not just saving NHS money, but it's about giving the quality of life to that person. It's a second lease of life for them. So there is no cost involved for the person wanting to donate.
So that's beautiful. And another point that you mentioned, Kirit, was there is an agreement that a person living in United Kingdom can explore organ donation to their relative or friends in India. Is that right?
It's got to be a relative, a blood relative, who's a cousin, aunt.
So it's going to be a blood relative. And the good part is, if you are in UK and you are willing to donate, don't worry, you will be looked after. Prabji in Newcastle asked one very question. After, if they donate an organ and something happens to them, does the NHS look after them too? I mean, normally NHS is free in the country anyway, but would they pay attention to them anyway?
So yes, so if let's talk about living donation. If you're going to be a living donor, not only will you get your annual checks, your donor will also be regularly checked, and all the medication will be, obviously you'll be offered the same medication, and the annual checks will be applied to both. The recipient will be having more checks, but the donor will be constantly having their annual checks to make sure that, because they've donated their kidney, there will be how that's functioning and how they're doing as well. So don't worry that if any viewers are looking today and wanting to come forward, you will have. It's not such a easy process. The hospital will have a thorough process with you to talk about the process of how to donate, why you want to donate, and also then what support is available. So you'll get all of that information when you come forward.
So that's beautiful. So Kirit, let's recap for people. If you are in United Kingdom, this applies to UK. If you are a UK citizen and you are UK, the NHS service will guide you, help you. There is not much fear in doing a donation as long as you are healthy. One of the questions which is being asked is there any age restrictions?
So, as I just shared the examples, the couple of lady I met yesterday was 68 when she had a living kidney transplant. So, and in Scotland, there's been older members been transplanted. The other message we need to also convey is, should you want to come forward as a living donor for your loved one, and you're not matchable for that loved one, there is a scheme which is the sharing scheme, where you can still come forward and your loved one will still get a kidney, and you'll donate your kidney to somebody else. You're part of the matching scheme, which is what's also an NHS program as well. But going back to your question, it's really important that there's no challenges in terms of wanting to come forward, because you'll get all the information that you need.
It's beautiful. So usually we are sharing information to people, and maybe those who are listening to us in different countries You can seek the guidance from your local health authority. Organ donation is becoming very popular now. It is not that a lot of people are coming forward, but it's becoming popular and the demand is there. Well, let's take a couple of comments from our resident panelist. One person over here is Dr. Rajiv Gupta, who is part of the health team here. He leads that. Rajiv, global namaste to you and your comments on organ donation.
Global namaste to all families. So good to see. This is a great cause for the organ donation. So there are 2 points I wanted to make here. One is that organ donation has moved quite far from where it was. You remember it was always a kidney who is from dead person taken out, and that was the initial start. But now it's all living donor, but also I worked in the liver unit in King's College Hospital. All over Europe, if there is an accident, the liver is retrieved even from Europe through the airlift and it is brought. And one adult liver, soon after car accident, can be used into 2 or 3 people. So a child can get a piece of liver and the adult person can get it. So you can have 2 people with liver transplant from one person. So that is something amazing, good. So all people should register for organ donation. So even when you are not here, at least your organs can be used. It's all for tissues of all varieties. I think that is something very important.
So,
And all,
Dr. Rajiv, you made a very good point here. The diseased person is not just saving a person, it could be one person, 2 person, or maybe 3 persons. Okay. And what you said was that maybe there is a agreement between the European countries as well. So we can share organ within UK or just generally, or is it just particular kind of organs?
no, it's like all across. So if accident has happened that like in Belgium, so this there was a car crash, death on spot. So that immediately was reported. Then the local airlift happened from there through the helicopter to the main aeroplane, and that fast tracked the that body to come
Yes.
to London King's College Hospital.
Yeah.
The body was split, all organs were used for people who needed. And
And
that
it
I
needn't
remember.
and it needn't be just the King's College. Maybe the other institutions
Anyway,
are, yes,
anywhere. So where there is a need, because
yes.
they always match, all tissue matching, everything is done. As soon as it come here, the second level of matching gets done. And that is amazing. As you mentioned that you can save more than one life, and not only just one life, the same, like it could be one liver could save 2 lives, but all other organs can be used. And that is so good. Now you can use cornea, you can use other organs as well, you can use kidney. So why should we not give as much benefit when we are living? Because it says that you should donate, so you donate money, but that money reach a finite amount, finite people. But this can save somebody's life and all across the Europe. So I think that should be done.
Very important point, Dr. Rajiv, you brought in. Stay around, we still chit chat. Great. Let's go to our senior panelist here. And our senior panelist, who is a spinal surgeon, but he dabbles into legality of situations as well, and maybe he might have a comment on this. Global namaste to you, Anupul, and how are you this afternoon?
नमस्कार नमस्कार अनिल जी
Global
global
namaste.
नमस्ते
And Rajiv mentioned good points, and earlier Kirit says that nowadays, first it was opt-in, now it's an opt-out, which means you are automatically assumed to have agreed to donate your organ, but then you are not restricted because the family or the next of kin has the final say. So I think it is worth it from that point of view, which is much different to India and other countries at the moment. So I think from here, other countries can learn, and you are still not committed that you will have to because the family has the say. What are your comments on what Kirit mentioned and what Rajiv said? Because an organ cannot just say 1 to 1. there are some organs that can be 1-2 or 1-3, depending how healthy the organ is. And your comments, Dr. Ankul.
Yeah, I think I have possibly learned quite a bit from Mr. Kirit Mistry and Dr. Gupta. And I think all said and done, I was looking more into the legal issue. The Tissue Act of 2004 in England has been of particular help because people can give their donor parts to anybody that they want, and it covers almost anybody and everybody. However, my major issue sometimes turns up when it comes to ethics and morality that many of the other religious practices have. For example, Shias and Sunnis have a slightly different attitude, and in among the Hindus, I don't find any reason why there should be so much of a problem in India. Although there is, people don't necessarily give it because people consider uh, donating something is akin to mutilation of a body. Although we sort of go for cremation and completely burn your body off, but the reality is that in Hindus by itself, it is considered to be a dan, and it is a karmic positive attitude. So, amongst the Hindus, it's a positive attitude to donate any part of a body for anybody who needs it. The issue comes along with only with Shias and Sunnis, where there is a fatwa here in UK that it's a good thing to do, and everybody should be able to give it. And I think, by and large, the organ donations thing that come under the Tissue Act of 2004 covers that. So that way you're well protected that way. But still, the essential part of it is that you have to have the human dignity and respect for whoever is donating. So it becomes imperative for any hospital to always ask the nearest relatives to seek whether they're happy to go ahead with the donation stuff. If there are
Correct.
objections, your best is to leave it. That's the way to take it.
Correct. And Kirit made it very clear that you are not 100% committed because you do still have an option,
Yes.
even after the death by the king, to pull out. And Anukul, you mentioned that you can in UK you can donate your organ to anybody. Kirit, that is not the case from UK to India, isn't it? Because that has to be the close relative, or one needs to demonstrate that the person is closely related to you. Is that right?
Just for correction, in terms of in the UK, the organ donation, deceased donation, which is somebody after death,
Yes.
that organ is made available on the people who are waiting for an organ transplant is made available, and then the one who's on the list of needing that particular organ will be then contacted. But obviously, how it works in the UK is children will be the priority, and then it goes up in terms of. But it has to be the best match. In terms of living donation, again, that's where it has to be somebody from that family, or from that next of kin point of view, to be a living donor. Or as I mentioned, if they've got a living donor, potential donor in India who's from their family, they will be then all the tests will be done in India to see if they're the match, and then they would be able to then take part, and they would then be brought over to the UK to make that living donation, kidney donation. So that's the difference.
So there is a lot of flexibility now. There is a lot of advance. There is a lot of movement, so which is very beautiful. And Amrita, what do you think of it so far before we go to Paulo? Paulo is actually a recipient, so it will be nice to see when he got it, how he got it, and how he feels about it. So Amrita, your summary so far, and then Kirit, maybe we move on to Paulo and see.
Just before Amrita ji comes in, I think Dr. Ankul just wants
Yeah,
to.
Dr. Anupul wants to say something, I think. Yes.
It's okay, carry on, and we'll
I
address
don't I
his
don't I
comment.
don't have a particular response. What I want to do is actually ask Kirit about what about people who commit suicide, or those people who want to go for euthanasia or things like that. Well, do they, if they wish to if they had wished before their death that they want to give their donated part, even if they wanted to commit suicide or something like that, how do you address that issue? Number one. And euthanasia issue, whether there any particular who go out of this UK, we have not legalized euthanasia. If they go abroad and they say, I want to give my parts to somebody else, is that allowed? And what do they do? What are the various legal parts behind it? And at the same time, in the Shia, they have said that unless the circulation is completely stopped, they would not allow the what you call organs to be donated. How do you address these three issues?
So the first issue, when it comes to suicide, again, the actual person would have, in order to be able to be a donor, to use their organs, would have to have brought to ICU, and then that would be then the family would be then having this decision to donate. When it comes to euthanasia, that's a different, subject. And again, we in the UK have certain laws, and I'm not too familiar with that part of somebody from euthanasia donating. And then the final point, yeah, there is a fatwa that was done some years ago where all the different scholars, Islamic scholars, were brought together to have a fatwa, because we didn't have that. And that's where whether you're from Saudi, whether you're from Indo, Pakistan, there was difference of opinions around organ donation. And yes, the only challenge at the moment is when the last breath has been taken and the circulatory death is where the decision has to. The family need to decide whether they're happy for that donation to go. But as I said, one thing our viewers need to understand is we are probably in a 95, 99% position to be willing to be a donor. Because if you've heard what I've said before, is that A, we've had to die in ICU. B, our health conditions as being Asians, we suffer with a number of health conditions. So some of our organs may not be, so we actually in a position where we need an organ, then be in a position to donate, unless you're healthy. So that's something that people need to understand, is that, it's not, you've got to be healthy. And I'm glad we've got Paolo here to I'm going to bring Paolo in, because Paolo, Global Namaste, Paolo, and thank you for joining us. And it's been a privilege to share your journey of over some 4 or 5 years since I've met you. So Paolo, just give our viewers a bit of your story in terms of who you are and what your personal journey around kidney disease was.
Thank you, Kirit Bhai, for bringing me into this. Namaste, everyone. My name is Paolo. I'm from Leicester. I'm 31 years of age. So I've been suffering from a kidney disease from the age of 9. So it's been a hell of a journey for me, because I've gone through from being so healthy to being so down in terms of like my low esteem. Everything was affected, depression, anxiety, everything took effect. So my second time, my kidney failed at the age of 25. I think I was about 24, 25. That's when my kidney failed. And the reason being was I had pneumonia. And that was the reason for my transplant kidney failed. That first kidney lasted me about 15 years. But with second transplant, I've had a lot of issues in terms of finding a transplant, finding a right donor, having the right blood type, had to match everything. It's been a very, very, very difficult journey. I waited for around 7 years just to find a kidney, and I kept praying for myself, when will my turn come? When will my turn come? I kept asking doctors, nurses, but they just kept saying it's just a waiting game, waiting game, waiting game. I said, look, I'm young, I need a transplant. It's been 6, 7 years. I've still not had a transplant. And then, just out of luck, I received a phone call to say that they've found a transplant for me. And it was one of one of the best days that I could, celebrate myself. I had a transplant in 2023, which was last year in April. Transplant working perfectly fine, feel like a normal, healthy person. But in between that time, I did, that last 7 years of dialysis, I did suffer a lot. I went through, a big journey. Kirit Bhai has seen me from going from my ups down. I had my lows, my ups. But after this transplant, it's actually changed me completely. It's given me a life. I thank, whoever passed away and who actually gave me a kidney. I'm thankful for that person, their family. And it's something that I can never repay back. And the life that they've given me will always stay with me. And my job is to try and protect this kidney as much as I can from everything and keep it working.
Paolo, just tell them.
But yeah,
explain
thank you to Kirit Bhai.
Yeah, Paolo, sorry, just explain to the viewers what is life now compared to, obviously, what is life in dialysis? Share what you were going through while you were in dialysis, and then life what is now.
So being on being on dialysis has been, journey where, one day you go hospital, You're spending about 4 hours on the machine. You've got a machine stuck on you. One needle is taking blood out. The other one goes into machine, filtrates your blood, cleans all the blood, and it goes back into your body. So everything the machine does is basically an artificial kidney that the machine does. It cleans all your blood out. For 4 hours, you're stuck on the machine. It goes in and out from your needle, going to the machine, round and round for 4 hours. But in that 4 hours, you do suffer a lot in terms of like you get cramps, tummy ache, headaches. You start to feel nauseous. You start vomiting. You pass out sometimes when you've taken out too much water from your body. So, the doctor are there, nurses are there to look after you. And what I've been through in that last 7 years, it's been a journey where, you know, I've passed out a couple of times on dialysis and they've brought me back. And after dialysis, finding a transplant has completely changed me in terms of like I'm living a free life now where I don't have to worry about anything. I feel like I'm a normal person, living like a normal human being.
Right. Paolo, thank you. And obviously, your life has moved on. And obviously, what you were, when the conversations we had in terms of you wanting to move forward with your life and wanting to travel. So you've actually now moving on with your life.
Yes. Yes. So my life has completely changed. I've been traveling. I've been going to Portugal, unlimited. I'm drinking unlimited amount of water. There's no restriction as to how much I can drink. Good news is I'm getting married as well. So that's obviously not stopped me from doing anything as well. So it's opened doors for me basically. Having that transplant has completely opened all the doors for me. Whereas before being on dialysis, everything was closed for me. There was no socializing. Everything was, just stuck into one kind of little zone. But after that transplant, everything has opened up for me.
Well, congratulations. It's great to hear the good news. I know you shared that with me a few weeks ago, so I was really pleased for you, and also great that you're now happier, and obviously this transplant has changed, giving you that new lease of life, and it's good to hear that you're actually taking care of that kidney that you've got now. So, and obviously the donor's family who have made your second life happen. It's good to hear that somebody did decide to make that donation. And again, viewers, you need to look at Paolo's story. He was, had 2 transplants, and then this is now, he's now got a new lease of life. Anything else, Paolo, you feel that, is really our viewers need to be, we need to get through to our viewers around organ donation and importance of donating?
Yeah, I mean, look, donating any parts of your organ, after death, it's like, you're actually giving someone else a life to live. Even if the person dies, either they get cremated, they get burned, they get buried, right? So why not use those organs to save the other person's life? Yes, the religion comes into this play. It's a huge part for religion as well. But I think if all religion came together and made a decision where, look, we need to get together and save other people's life around the world, there'll be less death. There'll be less waiting game for people like myself who waited for 7 years. There's people out there who's waited for 10 years. If everyone starts to donate and understands that, donating a kidney or any part of your organ, the process is not easy, but you've got a support there. You've got support from your doctors, your family members, and any question that you have, there's people around you as well that you can always approach to. So my only advice to everyone who's watching, everyone on this call as well, is that it's very important that you always stay opted in and try and save the other person's life, because saving the other person's life is not only going to make you happy, but the other person will give you so much blessing, and that will count towards your good deed.
Neil, you wanted to come in with your any messages from our listeners, on our viewers who have brought in or want to ask any questions to Paolo?
Yes, Paolo, well done. You made very good effort from being anxious to know whether you'll get one or not, and now you are. Do you think life is just normal back to you, or are you conscious sometimes? And how often do you have to be checked up?
Yeah, so life is back to normal, but it's not as back to normal as it is normally. Have you know how normal person feels? Yes, I get conscious about my kidney sometimes. So sometimes you don't pass. You drink so much water, but you end up not passing. Amount of urine that you're supposed to pass. So that makes you worried that, oh, is your kidney okay? Is something wrong with your kidney? So that is something that will always stay in your head. But you got your blood test happens every month. My appointments used to be every other day, but because my kidney has been settled, it's now every 2 months. Before it was every month, then it's now every 2 months. But in between that time, if I feel like, oh, I'm not passing enough urine or I don't feel well, all I do is go to the hospital, get the blood test done, email my doctor consultant. What they'll do is they'll check my results. If everything is okay, they won't call me. If, however, if anything is abnormal within the bloods or anything like that, they'll give me a call. And also, there's an app as well that anyone can use, and it's an online app. So any blood test that gets done at the hospital, it shows up the next day, in the morning. So you got results there showing you. So I
So
always
that's
keep an eye on those
fantastic.
results as well.
Paulo, that's fantastic because in this day and age of waiting for yonks and months,
Yeah.
as a person who has received an organ, you get to prioritize. There is an app that feeds you up at the moment, assuming reasonable normality. It is only 6 times a year that you have to go in to get checked. So
Mm.
that's not in too much inconvenience. And should anything happen and you don't feel good, you straight away go to the hospital. You are not in a waiting zone or anything. Within few hours, you are looked into. So let's encourage people that it is worth getting an organ transplant done. It is worth to give organ, if not to everybody, at least to your close ones, because you are not just saving their life, you are enhancing the quality of their life from what they are. You are also helping the NHS because that means the person is a less of a burden as opposed to they would be while they are carrying the ailment. So this is all getting very beautiful. Paulo, stay around because we still want to chit chat with you
Sure.
and we want to get more comments. And Kirit, so we are progressing. I think organ donation activities and outreaches, particularly the ones you are doing, we should get it more into community and society in their ethnic languages, where I think we would benefit quite a lot. Because here is a living proof, Paulo, who has actually shared information that he gets app telling him very fast rather than waiting for a month to know if there is an issue. And should the at the other end hospital find that he needs to come in, they can proactively call him as well. Hello, you must come in because we need to have an extra. So it's a two-way process. Paolo can say how he feels, but the hospital can judge whether he needs to come as well or not.
You're right, and definitely we've got a fantastic team up within our local hospital here, the transplant team, who have been doing some amazing work. And obviously, our university hospital this year celebrated 50 years of transplant, so it's something that we will be celebrating and working with the hospital to raise more awareness. But Neil, by the key thing is, with challenges we have in doing the community outreach, is some of our communities, we've got big festivals, Navratri coming up, we've got all of these wonderful, opportunities, but everything's got too commercialized, and there's very little time for some of these events to then get people like Paolo and others to go and share and raise awareness. And I think that's something that we need to, my plea is to some of our communities to open your doors. You're having these, events taking place. You have 9 nights of celebrating. Let's get some messages in there so it makes people not just they're there to celebrate and enjoy, which is wonderful, but also they go back, and because they don't know whenever in their life they may be faced with certain challenges like we're talking about. So it's always good to get the message out.
So, Kirit, a very good point. Navratri is where a lot of people accumulate, not just Gujaratis, but many speaking backgrounds. So, yes, maybe this year is quite well, only coming very soon. We'll try to do it now, but for next year, I think as Healing Our Earth and Saha, maybe we'll be able to put you in many Navratris since we are connected to people. Let's do that because that outreach is good. Again, Diwali is coming up, which is another very good outreach, but we don't have to wait for festivals. I think because community gatherings are there in many festivals, and yes, it's very good. And you are doing quite well with that. We have also got a living donor over here as well from Scotland. And maybe we will go to Ekta. Ekta, if you can make your video landscape, and shortly we will chit chat with you as well. Ekta was there, Kirit, if you remember. She came, I think, if I remember, she came with her father or somebody. And it was such a nice episode where we were discussing. And isn't it wonderful that there is a living donor who can say, look, she's healthy as well. Let's go to Ekta and we'll go to the next guest when they come, okay?
Great, that's great. Thank you. Well, Global Namaste, Ekta. Thank you for joining us, and glad to have you again on Healing Our Earth, and also glad to have you as part of the Rotary Club for Organ Donation UK. So really glad that you're working and promoting organ donation. So Ekta, just give our viewers who have just joined for the first time a bit of your story in terms of your personal journey and as a living donor and who you donated to.
Okay, so my journey with, I suppose, kidney failure started many, many years ago with my grandfather initially, and then later on in life with my father. So it was probably 2018, 19. We were told that my dad's kidneys were kind of at a stage where we would need to look at other options. So up to that point, he was just getting regular checkups, but we were told he was going to probably be moving on to looking at dialysis. But we were also informed that his best chance of survival would be if he got a donor. And the likelihood of getting a donor from a South Asian minority ethnic background was going to be very limited. And the chances would be that he would wait on that donor list for many, many years. And they asked us to consider looking at, is there anyone in the family that would look to donate? And at that point, without my dad kind of knowing that I was starting to kind of look into it, do some research into what were the options, what did living donation mean, what would that mean for me, what would that mean for my father. So I started getting checks kind of late 2019, 2020, and then we went into COVID. So my dad ended up on dialysis during coronavirus. So he must have been in dialysis for probably about 5 to 6 months. And I could see the toll that was taking on him in terms of his overall kind of health and well-being, how he was feeling on a general basis after dialysis. As a family, we kind of collectively came around to take him to his dialysis, pick him up from his dialysis. But even then, I would say his quality of life had diminished a little bit because he found it exhausting. He found it very tiring. And it was then a year after, simply because the transplant units weren't open during coronavirus. So it was in 2021 in May, after all the various checks. And I think the thing for me was I was told me and my dad were 100% match in every single way, which is in many cases not always the case. So there was 100% chance that it was going to be a success. So it was in May 2021 that I donated a kidney to my father. So my dad is now, we're both 3.5 years down the line. Don't get me wrong, I found the process, I think up to that point, until the point of when I was told they were going to go ahead with the procedure, I was very confident. It didn't matter what people were saying to me in the background, in the community, or a daughter shouldn't be donating to her father, what about if you want to have more children? There was lots of negative kind of stereotypes about how this was going to affect my life moving forward. To be honest, the kidney transplant took place, and my dad was back up on his feet within, I would say, within 24 hours. So the results for him were remarkable. You know, he was up on his feet. He actually came to see me. I was in the bed. He came to see me to say, thank you and how are you? And my recovery was a wee bit slower, but I was still back up on my feet within 2 to 3 months. I would say we're both doing really, really well. In fact, my dad's kidney function is much better than mine with that one kidney in him. But I'm going for my regular checkups and everything is fine. And I would be promoting to people, let's see if you get an opportunity to save just that one life, or in many cases, lots of lives, do it. There would be I wouldn't question it, even for myself now, moving forward. If it was needed, I would look at it again. There's not a single bit of me that says I wouldn't. I would do it all over again if I had to.
Sector, you mentioned some people you were trying to discourage you from donating. Obviously, you didn't tell your father. And do you think if you had told your father, he would have discouraged you in any way? Or obviously he would have, because that's a lot of fathers don't want their daughters to, But were there any other, apart from your father, were there any siblings that you didn't talk to, or you felt may have changed your mind?
Yeah, so there was probably, even if I look at my direct kind of aunts and uncles, I think they were a bit hesitant about me donating. I didn't tell my father not because of any kind of cultural kind of stereotypes. I didn't tell my father because I knew he would say, "You're not doing it." So it was more about that love and caring element for him. He would probably have said, "No, I don't want you to do it. I don't want you to put your life at risk," etc. So I suppose it was more the phone calls from the aunties and uncles that were actually probably the people that were saying, "Oh no, this is such a big thing, you shouldn't be doing it. You've got a young child. Is this what you really want to do?" And for me, there was never any really question, because if I could help my dad to have, whether it was an extra 1 year or whether it's an extra 10 years, it didn't matter to me. He would still be around, he would be healthy, he would be able to be a part of my daughter's life. And we're now 3.5 years down the line, and it was the best decision that I've made. Don't get me wrong, he's aging, he's getting older, but he's still got that fight. And he's got that fight, and he says it's because I've given him I've given him one of my kidneys, which has given him this drive that he wants to continue. So he always doesn't matter what's hit him, even after that. He's had COVID twice, ended up in hospital, nearly died. But his thing was, I'm not giving up in life. I've just got a kidney, and actually I'm going to fight that. So it's given him this extra drive that he probably would not have had, because he looks as if he's taken I think for him it's a little bit, he feels as if he's taken something away from me, which he hasn't, because actually I'm still healthy and fit, get my regular yearly checkups, and there's nothing that's come out of that said your own kidney is being affected, or diabetes or anything. There's nothing that's come up in that 3.5 years down the line.
Just remind our viewers, what age was your father when you gave him your kidney?
So my dad is 78 now, so he would have been, at that point, he would have been 75.
Amazing. What a 70th birthday. Amazing.
Yes, so I think, and it was just actually a few weeks before his actual 75th birthday. So for him, it was a big thing. And like I'm saying, it gave him a new lease of life, because he was determined that actually he was going to get back up on his feet, which he did. 100% he did. Like I'm saying, he was back up on his feet within 24 hours and came to see me in my hospital bed. Yeah, I think I would, if I could have a magic wand and say to people, do it, I would 100% do it. And I would encourage everyone to do it. If you can save just one life by making that decision to donate, and it doesn't necessarily need to be a live donorship, but donating in general, 100%. For me, it's made such an impact on our lives as a family. Like I've got an uncle who, he got a donation through the live donor, and we didn't think he would get one. And it was literally just before we went into COVID. But again, he's doing really, really well with that donation. So it's been, through my life directly, I've had 2 people that have been saved by donation, by transplant. And it's probably the best thing that's been done for them, because otherwise they would have been sitting on dialysis for years and years and years, which in itself, having seen my grandfather be in dialysis probably for about 5 or 6 years of my teenage years, was very, very difficult because it was draining, and we did it at home at that point. It took a lot out of not just him, but the wider family, because everything was revolved around his dialysis, making sure that the checks were done at home. So for me, that was I didn't want my dad to have to go through that continually. And I think, to be honest, if COVID had not hit, he probably would have had his transplant before the period that he did. But they couldn't. The transplant unit was closed at that point, just down to all infections, etc. So, and I think if my dad was sitting here, he would tell you the exact same thing. That it was one of the best things for him.
It was a privilege to meet your dad a few months ago when he came to Leicester. So I was really honoured to meet him. And obviously we've had the telephone conversation and the Zoom calls, but meeting him, seeing him physically, and obviously what you've done, obviously you'd do it to anyone, but this was your father, and you saw that you've been through it in terms of your family, your grandfather. So really is that why you've wanting to kind of continue that? Obviously now you're going to be part of the Rotary Club for Organ Donation UK, to kind of get the message out even more. And obviously in Scotland, we're going to be doing lots of more there. But is that what prompted you to continue this journey?
Yeah, I think for me, it's been a little bit of, I know what our own family's journey was like. And I suppose, like I was saying, there were so many misconceptions about why I shouldn't do it. And like I'm saying, none of those misconceptions came directly from my dad. My dad's issue was me not donating, down to that father-daughter element, in terms of that love, wanting to nurture me and care for me. But the general kind of wider family, in terms of aunts, uncles, had phoned and said, we don't really know if you should do this. There's lots of things in terms of religion, there's lots of things in terms of reproduction. But when I did the research, there was nothing that told me that I couldn't do it. So for me, I suppose me wanting to continue, I suppose it's about giving people that message, that knowledge base, that actually you can save a life by donating. So even if it's as part of when you're no longer here, it's something that I would tell everyone to do. Because that one gift of life for someone, you don't know how many lives you're going to save just by donating an organ, whatever that organ is. In my case, it was a kidney. So yeah, I suppose I want to do more promotion work. I want to be able to tell people that it's a really beneficial thing for individuals in the long run. So yeah,
Great.
so that's the reason I've got involved. Yeah.
It's great because now the Rotary movement is such a great opportunity to take organ donation. With the Rotary, they've eradicated or almost eradicated polio. This is something that we want to. We've set up these Rotary clubs for organ donation, specific cause base, to try and drive the same message. So, Neil Kumar, you've come in. Is there any questions? And
Yes.
you've had your answer around how old can the person be receiving a transplant. You heard it here. Lecter gave donation to her father at 75 or just before.
Correct. So basically what we are saying, it doesn't matter how old you are, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. The beautiful part is that Ekta is a living proof here. She is healthy, she is happy. She said it. We didn't ask her. She said it. She would do it again and again because she is a proof here that she knows what benefit it took. So two things. Ekta, you didn't tell your dad that you were going to be the donor. You did the donation. What was the look on the face when he found out that it was you? What happened?
He did know before we actually went through the procedure. He did know that it was going to be me that was going to be donating. I think I chose not to tell him because me and my dad have quite a strong bond. I'm very much a daddy's girl. And that wasn't the reason that I made the decision. So for me, it was more about, I knew 100% he would talk me out of doing it, or he would try and talk me out of doing it. And he would talk me out of doing it because he wouldn't want to put my life at risk, not down to anything else. So I can't recall this, but my dad does recall this, us as they were taking me out of surgery and taking him into surgery for the transplant, from what he's told me, I was crying, so I must have been a wee bit aware, but I'm not fully aware. And he was thanking me for doing such a big thing for him. So I don't remember any of this. But I suppose for me, for him, I think even now he's grateful to me, he's thankful to me, and that was never the reason I did it. I did it because I wanted him to be around for a little bit longer, if I could have him around for a little bit longer.
And there he is. He's still there as a
Yeah.
as a person. We had him live here for a long time. He was bubbly. We talked about things, if you remember,
Yeah.
where we did a kidney special episode. So it's so beautiful. So here is an encouragement to people who are listening to us on YouTube, Facebook, and social media and our website, that you can be living and giving your donation. You don't have to go for people when they're deceased or when they're passed away that we wait for donation. And you can enjoy. It can be your siblings, your parents, your sons, daughters, whoever it is. Isn't it wonderful that maybe the journey can start now and you don't have a fear? There are guidance and counselors who can actually guide you and help you. SAHA is one of the organizations, South Asian Health Action Organization Association, which is over there, that can even help you. I think it's so beautiful. Kirit, we have a living donor. We have a living recipient over here. Let's see what tips they can give to each other. And then we will ask Rajiv and Ankul to even help out in the summary so far. So, Paolo, Ekta there in Scotland actually donated an organ, which is kidney, to her father. She obviously loved her father. She says she's a father's girl. Now she feels happy and she feels life is just normal at the moment. She's okay. She's monitored as well. And you are a recipient, Paolo.
Mm-hmm.
What would you two discuss? What questions would come in the mind of each other so that other viewers can learn? One is a donor to a family, one is a recipient, yourself. What can we bring? What tips or ideas can we bring to the viewers who are listening, who are considering either organ donation or an organ transplant? Over to you, Paolo.
In terms of myself, that's fantastic what she's done. Amazing stuff. If I was a normal person, I had to donate it to, one of my family member, I wasn't hesitate at all, because I know I'll be saving my family's life, even though even if it puts risk on myself, I'll still do it because of my family at the end of the day, and I'll do anything to save them. And she's done a fantastic job, by giving that kidney to her father. But one of the question that comes into my mind in terms of being donating that kidney to a father and having that one kidney, does that mean that you get you're limited to what you can eat and what you can't eat?
No, so it hasn't, Pablo. So I've carried on in with my completely normal life. It's gone back to sorry, I've got another phone call coming through. Give me a minute. I'll just try and so for me, Pablo, it's not changed my life in any shape or form. So I've gone back to exercising the way I was. I've gone back to eating the way I was. It's not affected me in any shape or form. It's had no hindrance health-wise either. I think the only thing, which I've always drank water before, was making sure I drink my water to keep my kidney functioning at a high. The only thing that it has maybe affected me with has been I have occasionally been anemic a couple of times, but once I've had once they've given me tablets for 6 weeks, I'm then back to normal. But other than that, I've had no issues after the kidney transplant.
So let's pause here and tell people that if you are a living person and donating, chances are there is not too much shift from your life as it was. You can almost be as you are. And in case if you have to make minor changes, then why not? If you are good enough to donate your organ, you will be strong enough to change part of your life. which is not a huge culture shock, diet shock, social shock. So that's very good, Ekta. Then, Ekta, how often do you have to be monitored?
So I'm just monitored. Initially, they were doing every 6 weeks for that first year, and then they've reduced it now to every year. So I just go in and kind of roughly the anniversary of when I donated. So in May, I generally get a checkup. So my last checkup in May came back perfectly fine. There was no issues there was nothing that came out of that they were concerned about.
So roughly another good news, like normal body, and generally after a certain age, you do get yourself checked once a year or once every 5 years. Again, no hindrance there, Ekta, as opposed to Paulo, whose worst scenario in normality is 6 times a year that he has to go in. But then, even if he feels he wants to go early and he's not feeling well, or he has a doubt that he doesn't think he's well, he can still walk in. So you are not put on 2 year, 4 year waiting list. So don't get scared to donate. Don't get scared to get the transplant done. Don't worry. You can talk to people. NHS are also equipped to guide that. Your doctors are equipped. And then you got organizations like SAHA, who are there, who are a bridge between these mediums over there. Rajiv, here you've got a living kidney donor in Scotland, and you've got Paolo, who received his organ from some other person. What do you feel? What do you feel? Any tips as an NHS doctor? Is there any other tips that you feel that you want to give people, or anything else you picked up from your work?
So I think a couple of important things. The whole trend of live donor has started practically in last 10 years only, and that is amazing because a lot more people are living, including those people who would have died because of lack of the organ transplant, as well as sharing of the experience from the donors because their relative is surviving and seeing them longer. We, particularly Asians, are so proud and closely knit with our parents or other relatives. If they live longer, there is nothing more happiness than that. So I think that's the first point. The second thing I always advise, and I have been on the part of the advisory list of people of South Asian origin for a long period of time. So one thing I say to people, particularly living donor, is that write down on a piece of paper why you are donating, because there will come a time where, sorry, I'll call you back. Um, so that is because there will come time where you will have moved down, other people will tell, or you will get through a situation where your own body is at risk. So which is what Ekta was saying, is that, when your own children or you yourself have an accident or something else where you have only one kidney and now that kidney is at risk and you think, did I do it right? Therefore, it's important to keep that upfront, and that is your motivation for that. The third thing is, again, probably mention more drinking, but also eating more food in a more regular basis, particularly first couple of months, so that your energy is equipped, because fatigue, depression, anxiety kicks in shortly after the organ donation. And then you think, oh my goodness, this is a phase which is normal phase. And I would say that if we keep remembering and keep, like her father came to say thank you, what more can you get? So I think that is the mental part and physical part are both important, and keeping in more natural way with food and drinking is going to be very helpful. For people who are on receiver end, it's so important first, and as Paul said, is being grateful. So attitude of gratitude is most important, because you got a kidney, but you don't know how long for. And if you are grateful, it will last a lot longer, because universe, and we are healing our earth. Mother Earth is here to help us. If you are having a gratitude, it will actually give you the healing power wherever knockdown come, whether it's a donor or a receiver. And that is so important. Attitude of gratitude is very important. And
So
also,
positive mind, attitude of gratitude, which is very important. And Ekta is our proof here that she's not just happy that she did it for the dad, she would do it again. And that aura and energy has also helped the dad. And Rajiv, while we are listening, Kirit, South Asian people get more affected with kidneys, but they say that Portugal, Malaysia, Thailand, they do as well. So we got from Malaysia, Johan asking a question that he had a kidney transplant 10 years back. He seems okay now. When the transplant was done, he was told that it can last up to 8 to 20 years on average. I remember in our last episode, the kidney expert from America had a record of over 33 years of a kidney transplant person. I think the person actually came on the screen. There were two brothers or something, and they had a relative who had done that long. What do we have any data? And Ekta, how long was it when you gave that your kidney? How many years back was it?
So it was in 2021, so 3.5 years roughly.
And what did the experts or the surgeons or the doctors tell you that how long this healthy kidney could last in dead, or how can you be okay with one kidney throughout your life? Was there any discussed anything?
To be honest, I think for me, they didn't give us any figures. I think the way I looked at it is, at the end of the day, later on, if I needed a kidney or if I had to go on dialysis, that would be what life had in store for me. So I looked at it from a very different viewpoint. I looked at it from a viewpoint of if I was going to have to need treatment later on in life, then that's what God had expected for me. So I never went into it with any kind of
Yeah, you didn't restrict your mind with anything.
No.
You just wanted to do it. Maybe your positiveness will make it last much longer because inside you are happy. And what Rajiv says, attitude, gratitude, peace of mind can actually have good immune system inside. Paula, how long have you had the transplant for?
My transplant has been 1.5 years.
And what was discussed with you? What were you told? How long will they last? Was that discussed?
Yes, that has been discussed from my doctors itself. So they told me as it is a diseased kidney, they usually last between 10 to 15 years, but that all depends how you look after it. Now, the kidney I've got is such a good match that it can go up to 3 decades if I look after it really well.
So, Johan, while you are listening, you are happy, 10 years are gone. Chances are up to 20, 25 years, so another 10, 15 years or 20 years, you will still be okay. What happens beyond, we don't know because it depends on your body and how it functions and how it receives and how the kidney settles in. Kirit, do we have any stats on this?
here. Sorry, Nick.
Yes.
2 points I wanted to mention. So first is just to reiterate, it's like a car. How well you look after the car, that's the longer line it will last. If you're not looking after it, it will not last long. So that's the same thing. This is a body and this is your kidney that has been given to you now. If you don't look after it, you don't keep it hydrated, you don't do the normal activities and keep regular checks, is not going to last longer. So that's first. And second important thing for all the listeners, they're all like on YouTube Live, Facebook Live, Periscope, wherever. And this is very important that many people are born with single kidney. They're born with single kidney and they last like 30, 40, 50, 60 years. And therefore, do not hesitate to give your kidney because many people are born with one kidney and they don't have any problems. And therefore, should not hesitate to donate the kidney if it is necessary because one kidney in theory is good enough to last for whole life.
And then Rajiv, when you say if in case when they want to donate and when they go to the hospital for a checkup, if they are only being driven on a kidney, then you will be advised that sorry, you can't donate. But that's the time maybe where you can learn, isn't it?
Yes. So if they have only one kidney, because many babies at birth, even now in the ultrasound, which is done in the uterus, you can detect there's only one kidney.
Yes, so what Rajiv is saying, don't be scared. It's good. We've got data. You might be told that look, at least 8 years if it receives well, compatibility. Rajiv compared to the car. So if you're going to go around the block and skid your car and go bend fast, that analogy applies. If you're going to go binge on boozing and all those things, then you're going to abuse your kidney. So just use that analogy. Do not abuse your body. Love your body like a temple, nurture it, and you can last longer and longer. So it's very beautiful. Paulo, you feel okay right now in your mind? How long do you feel? I mean, it's not occurred to you, is it? I mean, you just want to let it last as long as it can, correct?
That's correct. Yeah. So I've never had a figure in my mind as to how long I want to keep this kidney for, because it's not up to me. It's not up to me at all. It's up to my body how it reacts to different changes to the environment. In terms of like the weather, everything plays that role into this part. And in my mind, I've never had that figure as to how long this kidney will last or anything like that. I just go as it is, and you know just trying to live the normal life like a normal human, and let it do its thing that it needs to do. If it's gonna
Great.
work, it's gonna work for the lifetime. If it's not
Yes.
gonna work, then you just gotta accept it that it's lasted for that long. You've had your time. It's okay. It's gone. But you did what you can to save this kidney, right? But if it's not there, then we can't do anything about it, because it depends on your body, how it reacts to everything. And not everything is on us.
Yes, fantastic. So it's a good idea. Let's pause here for a moment,
Hmm.
and we will also go to Sunil, who has been part of our episodes before, and he's an expert as well, and he has got a lot of comments. So Sunil, if you could landscape your video, and shortly we will be chatting to you because you have got a lot of information for us, and we'll come to you. Anakul, you heard so far. Here is a living kidney donor. There is one recipient who are both here. Johan asked the question. He's okay with 10 years. So Johan is happy that, he's smiling now that he feels that, yes, he can still have 1 or 2 decades left. Anukul, what do you think, and how much more would you encourage listening to other people? How more would you encourage other people to donate or get a transplant?
I think, Neil, there is something very important. The Ekta's message was very, very good. One of the things I've seen, I've had 2 or 3 people who have had organ donations from other people, and their spiritual and emotional contact with them have been just phenomenal. Some of them were from different race, they were from different places, and some of them were from their close relatives. But I've seen them change enormously in terms of their attitude, their behavior, and other kind of issues. And that emotional connect is very, very important. And that again puts us into my Vedantic approach of looking at the thing, that this is just my body, it is not me. And as long as you can get the satisfaction that it is me, which is allowing my body to be used for something else, that is something, and particularly when it is there to improve somebody else's life, it's a huge, huge, huge input. So I'm very much in line with Dr. Gupta's particular view, that emotional and spiritual connect is very, very important. And if that can be established better, I was just thinking of using that as a point of trying to help South Asian people to get involved in this, because in many of the ceremonies and what you call festivities, people like Ekta, people like others who have been recipients of the kind of things like that, can usually even offer a particular prayer or something, and let the people know that this particular person has come to thank the powers to be for whatever they have received as a part of help from somebody else, and that might actually tell many other people to donate, which would be a great thing. That's number one. Second thing is, I just wanted to ask some other question, and that was about that was possibly towards Kirit, is how does it work out when it comes to donating various different type of organs? I know that we give it for heart, give it for heart valves, you give it for arteries, bones, pancreas, all of the blood vessels. How much of this thing is collected in the very first time when the people can give it? Because I use some of these particular bones and other bits for bone grafting and other kind of stuff. We also fall short of tendons and ligaments and rotator cuff repairs, and for which we have to often depend on animal products. So I wonder how you do that and how is that addressed in the NHS system.
So I will, if it's okay, I'll pass it on to Dr. Dago, who's actually joined us, and he's also worked with us. He's a nephrologist. So global namaste, Dr. Dago, for joining us. Thank you for taking time. And again, in terms of, I'm not a medical, I'm very much from the community as a community health promotion work that we do. My background is I worked in many years in drug and alcohol and mental health, and now more around health inequalities. But in terms of Dr. Dagger, he's a kidney specialist. With Dr. Dagger, we've had a number of questions around statistics, in terms of the waiting list here. We've also had questions around how long would a kidney last from either a living kidney or to a deceased kidney. So again, these are the kind of questions that we've been having. So hopefully I've left the best to you to kind of come in and share some of your expert, because you do a lot of work around research, but also as a nephrologist. So thank you. And if you can share some of introduce yourself and where you're from, and also you're also part of the Rotary Club for Organ Donation UK. So thank you.
Thank you, Kirit Bhai, and global namaste to everybody. I'm sorry I was a bit late, but a couple of things really. So as a living person, you can donate your kidneys, you can donate part of your liver, and I think increasingly you will find that as a living person, you're able to donate other things as well. But the most common organs are kidney, and the next common is liver. So just to introduce, I work in Leeds, and we do various different type of transplant, but mainly kidneys and liver. And my background really is I was born in India, essentially part genetics Rajasthan, part Gujarat, and I've been in UK for now 22 years or so. And then the second bit that Uncle G has said about how we manage our organs, I suspect you are referring to after death. Now, after that, there are two things. One is consent. So in UK, individuals can consent which organs they would like to donate, or they would like to donate the whole body. So there is a consent process in place. In terms of how we go about, we have a national system. So we have a separate service of specialists who we call them as retrieval surgeon. So the UK is divided into zones, and there are teams that will travel to retrieve organs. And these are done in very efficient ways, in a way that, apart from preserving the dignity of the body, but actually in a timely manner. So there is no delay in any rituals after that, based on the religions of the individuals or family. So that mechanism is well established, and it's across the country. In terms of order of organs, I guess the kidneys can stay longer because it has regeneration, ability. Things like lung, heart will come first, and will go and help the one that are needy. And then, things like you mentioned, tissue and cartilage, they can stay a bit longer, in terms of process. So pretty much, A, consent of the patient, B, the health of organs, any organs, tissue and cartilage can be used. Kirit Bhai might have mentioned. So in terms of one human can save about 8 other human lives through major organ donation, and about 50 other humans' life can be transformed by if somebody donates the whole body. So that's what we have in UK. So I'll pause there for a minute before I come to the other questions. Does that answer your question, Uncle J? Okay, thank you. Now, the key thing is about which organ is better? Is it an organ from a living person or deceased person? I don't think there is any doubt. The organ from a living person is far better for a number of reasons. A, the living person goes through a stringent process, which is over months, to see how healthy they are, and not only the organ, how great it is, but also only selected people are allowed to donate organ who are almost, you can see, are super fit in the community, but not only has trouble now for the health, but will not develop trouble later in the life. because they are selected through various tests to ensure their health is good now, but also the health is preserved later on. So on average, the kidney transplant will last 20 to 25 years from a living person, as compared to deceased person that will last about 10 to 12 years. Now, all of these numbers are changing because of the better management, better drug therapies, but also the health of the recipient. You got to remember, not all organs are same quality, and likewise, not all receiver of the organs are same. Some looks after the health really well. Some may not be able to look after their health that well. And also, the other thing to bear in mind, some of the disease can come back and attack the kidneys. So it's not, I'm afraid, one fit model. It's so many different things that comes into the equation. But in general, organs from living people last longer, but also they don't have to wait. If somebody is able to donate a liver or a kidney, that individual doesn't have to wait on the waiting list. And that's really important because that means their health is preserved. And as a result, they can live longer. And that's what we see. The receiver of, for example, a living kidney transplant living next 10 years is almost 85% compared to deceased organ transplant, 75%. So you could see that it's got a lot of advantage in all the domains of individual's health. So I'll pause there. Did that answer correct the questions you have?
So Sunil, you made a very salient point here, and this is where ECTA scores. That if somebody is very important and you are in a position, whilst you are alive, when you give a transplant, it's got a probable chance of a longer duration to the person you are donating to, as opposed to taking an organ from a diseased person. Am I right? Is that correct what you're saying?
Well, absolutely, but not everybody are in that situation to have a kidney from living people. In UK, only 1 in 3 individuals are lucky to be in that situation. But if you look at ethnic minorities, Neil Kumar, it's only 1 in 6 individuals are in that position. So the access and equity is very different. In UK, if you are affluent, white, rich person, well educated, you're more likely to get a kidney from a living person as compared to unemployed, uneducated women from ethnic minorities. You are very low chance of getting a kidney from a living person. So there's a lot of inequalities.
Now, if that is what the case is roughly, then we need people and organizations like SAHA more and more to reach to the community and society directly and explain this. And people like Ekta, who is agreed because she wants to go out and reach people, more people like that should be in the community as a living example and do more outreach. So what is roughly a 16% chance now from what you said, 1 to 6, as opposed to 1 to 3, even if within 2-3 years we can bring it to 25%, that will be a tremendous achievement, and maybe we come to the 50% improvement. So Kirit, yes, this is very important for you and Hina and SAHA organization, that you guys are doing very good outreach, and Sunil has given rough data. You can't pinpoint to 100%. Roughly, he's just broken it down that a South Asian person has got 1 in 6 chance for a living donation of an organ, as opposed to general indigenous population, if he's in a good background, maybe London or vicinity of London or other vicinities where there is more affluency. So I think we are almost half at that level and we need to do something to improve. Sunil, have I summarized that correctly?
Absolutely. Thank you, Neil.
Yeah, super. So we need to do, so Ekta, look, you are a very good example, not only there in Scotland, but your contribution, your drive that you want to do more will be very useful. And also, Paulo, yours will be good because you are a proof that it's enhanced your life, because now you are out of that and you don't have to be on dialysis. You are reasonably improving. You are happy at the moment. So that's very good. Kirit, your thoughts on so far what we have discussed?
Thank you. We've had some really good inputs from obviously Hector and Paolo sharing their personal connection and journey of why it was important to donate. We've also have another recipient who's actually just joined us, is Declan, who's joined us. But again, he'll also be. We can bring him in to share his perspective as well. But I think what Dr. Jagger has also highlighted is that the living donation is something that we've been plugging a lot more in terms of getting our communities to come forward and think about being that, giving that gift to their loved ones. Because, and obviously, Dr. Dagger, I did mention about the pairing scheme, because obviously with the conditions that us South Asian communities may face, we may not be able to be in a position to be the right match or be able to donate. But that if they're healthy, they can be part of a matching scheme. So that was something that is also there. In terms of it's great if we can just let Declan come in and give Declan Global Namaste. Thank you for joining us, and also it's great to see that you're also you've been involved in raising awareness and being part of the transplant journey. So just want to share a bit, give us an introduction about yourself and your connection with transplant, really.
Yes, okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Declan Logue. My connection with transplant is quite simple. 25 years ago, I received a kidney transplant. So the fact I turned 60 yesterday was only possible because somebody else donated their kidney to me on the occasion of their death. So that person, whoever that person was, I don't know who that person was, had the foresight to think about other people and the compassion to go through with it and to make sure that his family were also aware of that intention. Because that's important for anybody else who's in this position where your only hope is somebody else wanting to donate. That person needs to make sure everybody around him also knows about it and hopefully wants to sign up as well. Because actually, when that terrible day comes, your family will be distraught. They're bound to be, and they might not want to they won't be thinking straight, and they have their own reasons why I don't think that should happen. But the fact that the person who's just died has willed that must, I think, have a great importance there. So that's the hope. That's the reason why I talk about organ transplants and donation, is because I'm not the only one. There are, I think, 7,500 people in the UK at the moment, all waiting for the phone call to come through from the local transplant centre to say, we have a match, please come in. When you check it through, and all being well, then you'll go through the operation that very day.
Declan, tell the viewers about what you've been doing to kind of keep your kidney healthy, but also a bit about transplant sports, because it's something that you've also been, transplant games is something that you've taken part on, or you're part of. So after receiving a transplant, what has life been like for you, really? What have you done to keep your kidneys healthy?
Well, if I can answer the question by just going back a little bit,
okay.
When you're waiting for a transplant, you're, not surprisingly, really unhealthy. For kidney people who are on dialysis, they have a restricted fluid intake. That's less than a pint of any fluid in total each day, which less than a pint of water. That's 2 or 3 cups of tea. That's it. That's hard. You can't eat what you want to eat. You can only eat things that don't have potassium in and have low protein. So that's lots of sweets, lots of fatty things, but no steaks, no rice is out, potatoes are out, pasta's out. all the healthy things, salads out, vegetables are out, unless they're boiled so much they have no taste. It's not a very great place to be. But after the transplant, you can eat anything. That's the way it feels. Apart from grapefruit, and that's because of the medication only, you can eat anything. So the first couple of months, you really do try and eat anything. Oh, that's what chocolate tastes like. So by eating healthily, that's the start. That's the start of good health. There's been a lot of studies about how other things be done. Is what makes you a healthy person? People shouldn't be exercising anyway. They shouldn't be just doing nothing. And there's some studies on the more activity you do, the better it is for you as a person. And for a transplanted person, that includes the health of the transplant itself. By the body being kept healthy and having that good stimulus that you get from exercise, the organs themselves benefit from that, and which means therefore they will last longer, because no transplant has a guarantee that that's for life. I might need one at some point. If it happens, it happens. I'm half expecting it, because that's probably the way you can't avoid thinking about it. But back to the question, though. So I found out through playing golf for somebody, I found out that there's a thing, come to the transplant games. What's the transplant games? Transplant games, British Transplant Games runs once a year, and it's a different location every year. But it's the same format in which you have 4 days of lots of different sports going on. Now we've all done something at school. A lot of those things still feature. So you have athletics and track and field. You have swimming. Some of the things that aren't in at school. So you have darts and you have 10-pin bowling. At least I didn't do 10-pin bowling when I was at school. All of which is this is a sport that you can do, but actually it's something you should be able to do anyway. So it encourages you to do that, and it encourages you, therefore, to want to come back and do it again better than the following year. Because something that's really underestimated is the emotional impact, not just the physical impact, the emotional impact of the whole transplant journey that you go through, that we've all been through, I think, in which you all I felt like I was the only one. No one's going through what I'm going through. And that's true, but not entirely correct, because yes, you're going through your journey when you go to the transplant games, and you're surrounded by other people that have all been through a very similar journey. You realize that actually you're not unlucky, you're not alone. You are very fortunate to still be alive through the transplant. But then you can open up and discuss some of the things that you've been through, or they've been through, and help each other and have that form of community. And you start to look forward to these people, and you form proper bonds with these people, because they've all been through the same thing as us. We compare what medications we've been on, which sounds very weird, but not to us, because we're not all on the same medication even. The challenges that we have through, and the emotional negative side of feeling like you've been unwell and feeling that you're not capable, that all starts to unravel and get realigned to the fact that the fact you're still alive is a reason why you should continue to enjoy doing the things you do. The reason I like sport, of the sports I do, is you feel great afterwards. You tend to feel terrific afterwards. That's the body endorphins giving you that pat on the back whilst your muscles are complaining that of all the work they've done, and how dare you hurt them like that. That passes. But this continual exercise stimuli you're giving your body will pay you back dividends.
Declan, thank you for your input. This is Neil Kumar here. Declan, can you remind us, when did you have the transplant?
On the 7th of October, 1999.
So literally 25 years back, and you had to have a second transplant, or you're on the same transplant?
No, I've just had the one. I've been very lucky. I've only needed to have the one so far.
Now, Johan, if you're still listening to us in Malaysia on the social media, here is a living proof of a person already achieved 25 years, still healthy, So the idea that it can go beyond is a possibility there. And Declan, was it a living person who donated, or was it a deceased person?
It was somebody, I think, that had a road accident.
Okay, so look, again, that's even better news, because the earlier we established that if it's a deceased person giving you, slightly lesser chances than a living person, the length of which, so 25 years on the same transplant, here is a light at the end of the tunnel. If you know how to psych your mind and body, and Declan has been saying that some thoughts did come, but he fought them, and he is a living example here. And how do you feel now, right now, Declan? How do you feel? Do you feel like how we feel, like a second-hand car, or you just, now it doesn't, the thought doesn't come in your mind?
I feel like I'm 60 years old on one day because my birthday was yesterday. That's exactly how I feel.
And again, that is beautiful. That even as you were aging, you are positive. You got this sense of humor. You even confess what thoughts were coming and how you got over it. So for those people who are listening, don't get scared to get transplant. First, get it done, and then hopefully it lasts even longer. Then, secondly, do encourage people who are still living that there is a facility where you can give it while you are living. You don't have to go and die to give it to somebody. Do it while you are living. So it's beautiful. Declan, stay around. We still want to talk to you. Sunil, let's come back to you. How many cases do you feel that a person have had to have the second transplant or a third transplant? And can person have a second transplant and be successful again?
Thank you, Neil. Yeah, so increasingly we are facing individuals who are needing second transplant in our kidney world. Now, the one who needs third and fourth have started their journey in the kidney disease right from the birth, for example. Yeah, in a pediatric when they are very little. Now, getting fourth time is very limited numbers. I don't remember exact proportion, Neil, but I believe about 20% to 30% are a second time transplant that we perform now in UK. It's great, Declan, you got kidney going to 25 years, and I hope it continues to go. But in terms of numbers, I mean, Leeds, we got about 1,200 patients that we follow up, and I think we can count on our fingertips individuals who've crossed 40 years, and we got one individual's got 50 years after having received kidney from a deceased organ transplant. So I'm afraid the number goes down. It depends on range of things from the kidney, the match, the health that you preserve. So well done, Declan, to cross the 25 years landmark, and I really wish that it goes well beyond 40 to 50.
Wow, it's fantastic. So look, there's so much light at the end of the tunnel. Declan, stay around. Paulo, stay around. Sunil, stay around. Let's go to a wonderful soul from the Rotary organization from UK and Ireland. David is here. Let's welcome David. Kirit, can we introduce David? Apart from being a sponsor, he's also Rotary GB, Rotary Ireland over here. And let's get some input from David. So Kirit, over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Global Namaste, David. Thank you for joining us. David, right honour, Rotarian David Kendrick is a president of the Rotary Club of Rushden, and also a board member of the Great Britain and Ireland Rotary Club. And he's also supported and sponsored the Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK to help us charter our own club. So, David, welcome. Thank you for joining Healing Our Earth, and really pleased if you could share a bit about the Rotary movement and the kind of work the Rotary does, and why obviously organ donation is something that you obviously wanted to support, and helping us with the work that we're trying to do in the UK with Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Kirit, and good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks for the opportunity to say a little bit about why Rotary wants to get involved in this very important subject. Rotary is the biggest service membership organisation in the world with over 1.2 million members. And everything it does is based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, all of which are very relevant to healing our Earth because they revolve around things like stopping people fighting each other through conflict resolution and peace building. They revolve around helping people have a better life through things like community development. They revolve around providing people with those things which a lot of us take for granted, like basic education and literacy. They also revolve around making sure that people who are disadvantaged in certain parts of the world because of the way that women and children in particular are treated in certain parts of the world where there's more of a misogynistic attitude towards them than there is in other parts. So they need to be looked after as well, and that's something else we look after. We also want to make sure, we made a promise to the world that by 2030, everybody in the world would have clean, drinkable water, good sanitation and good hygiene. So that's another project we are embarked on. And we're also very keen at the moment on looking after the environment and making sure that planet Earth survives so that all us people that want to live can live a full and meaningful life and not be hindered by the potential issues of climate change. But most importantly, the seventh one, and the one which is more relevant to what we're talking about this afternoon, and when Kirit first came on, he mentioned it, it is the sustainable development pillar around prevention and treatment of disease. And as Kirit said already, in 1986, we set out as an organization to get rid of poliomyelitis, that scourge which used to keep people of my generation, a number of them, in iron lungs and leg braces and everything else like that. So in the 1980s, in the mid 1980s, there were over 100,000 cases every year being reported globally. Last year, there were less than 10. And a lot of this has been done because we initiated a big global immunization campaign, and it's been very successful. And the only two countries in the world at the moment where polio is still endemic are Pakistan and Afghanistan. And we believe that by 2026, because of changes in attitude in government over there, that there's a fighting chance that both of those countries will be declared wild polio free, and we shall then have got rid of polio. We're also looking at how we can help with things like the immunization against malaria and other things. So preventment and treatment of disease is very important to us, and it's natural, therefore, that when I found out about the work that Kirit was doing and the work that the International E-Club of Organ Donation were doing, that I wanted to assist and help in his plans to start something in the UK, mainly because we're one of 4 countries in the world where you have to opt out rather than opt into it. But that opting out itself, as I think we've talked about this afternoon, has caused a few problems because relatives and people who don't want to, for various reasons, have their loved ones give donations, get in the way, and they override their wishes. So I think it's very important that we help Kirit and help the Organ Donation E-Club get to where they want to get to, which is basically to make sure that nobody in the world dies for want of an organ, and that education and information is the most important thing. And the one thing that Rotary can do for the Organ Donation E-Club is to help with that promotion of the information and the education. So that's the reason that I got involved. That's the reason that Kirit and I became acquainted, why I helped him to establish the UK-based one. His ambitions run beyond that. We want to try and get to the point where we've got an E-Club of Organ Donation in England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. So we have 4 separate entities, and it becomes geographically more localized. It's a very important area. I'm neither a donor or a recipient, although I have a tenuous connection with it because my father, when he was aged 26, woke up one morning to find out his kidney had burst and he'd lost his eyesight. So he was a registered blind person for the time that he lived. And he lived quite happily on one kidney for that time. He did drink a lot, I have to say. He drank about 18 pints of Guinness a day, but that's by the by. I'm not sure that's the recommended way of doing it, but my father lived from 26 to 66 on that regime, so he didn't do too badly. Anyway, that, for what it's worth, that's what we're all about. As I say, we are a big organisation globally. We've got 36,000 members in the UK. one of the first things I'm going to do is to promote the organ donation e-club through our Rotary magazine, our national magazine, but I'm also trying to get a video sorted out so that we can get the message across to people, not only to our Rotary members, but for them to actually spread the message about why this is so important and why it is so critical that misinformation and fake news don't get in the way of people actually giving something to help others. That's my pitch for what it's worth.
Thank you, David. As you know, it's been great to have met you, and also obviously with your drive and also support of our ambition to kind of, as you say, our mission is really to ensure no one dies while waiting for an organ transplant. And that's, you know, UK, but globally, we're connected to the global clubs as well. And I'm glad that we've got a few of our members who have joined us today on Healing Our Earth. But I think the key message, which is what you've said, is not just about the misinformation. We're still having to look at, since the law changed in 2020 and then in Scotland and changed in 2021, there's still a lot of communities deciding to opt out because of misinformation, and that's something that we need to have those conversations, education, and raising that. And you know, anything, Rotary exists in every city, every county, and so really it's a powerful movement that we can really get organ donation. And some of our members, as we grow, we can get them to champion, and Rotary clubs to champion the work that organ donation and saving lives. So really grateful. Neil Kumar, I'm going to bring you in just to again introduce you to David, who's the board member of Rotary Great Britain Ireland, but also luckily he's also the sponsoring club. Who's David, you're going to have to say the second one, but I only say Rotary Rushden. But
it's quite amusing. I belong to a Rotary club. It's the Rotary Club of Rushden Chichele. But the Chichele bit causes people lots of problems because it's spelt Chichel. And when they come to look at it, they have difficulty actually knowing to put a Y on the end of it. It's actually named after an Archbishop of Canterbury, Henry Chichele, who was an Archbishop in the 1200s and the longest serving ever Archbishop of Canterbury, who happened to be an inhabitant of Higham Ferrers, where we're based. And so we took his name and incorporated it. And funnily enough, in Canterbury Cathedral, if you go there, whilst his name is spelt correctly, Chichele on his tomb, on the marble plaque, which tells you who all the archbishops have been in chronological order, it's spelt with a Y on the end of it. And if only he'd got a Y on the end of it, nobody would ever have a problem pronouncing it. But there you go. But yeah.
Thank you for pronouncing that for me. But yeah, so you're our sponsoring club, and obviously you're going to be helping us to charter and obviously then drive it in the nation. So thank you again. Neil Kumar, I'm going to bring you in, and Amrita ji.
Thank you. Thank you, Kirit. Wonderful. David, welcome to Healing Our Earth family. Ever since pandemic, we've been promoting Rotary projects anyway. Some of our producers who are of Healing Our Earth are also Rotarians. So we are not new to Rotary. We love the club. The club does so many activities, and it also twin clubs. So, you know, it from different countries, they twin them up. They give scholarship, which is so beautiful. So they don't just want to fund, they also give back in. And I think it's over nearly over 120 years, if I believe. It was started in Chicago by somebody called Paul Harris, if I remember from the last episode. Is that right, David?
Yeah, it started in February 2005. And Paul Harris was a Chicago lawyer who started it with 4 other people.
Yes.
And it's grown from there. So, you know, over the 120, nearly 120 years old, you're right.
And it was only American based then, but then so many countries joined, and now Rotary in India is one of the biggest clubs.
Rotary in India is clubs. Yeah, Rotary's got more members in India than they have in America at the moment.
Indeed, and we actually support Rotary in India as well. Your tree planting project, which we merged you guys with the Sri Ravi Shankars over there. So Healing Our Earth are always proud and privileged to have Rotary on board as well, because we reach a lot of people on the social media. And as I said, Rotary does more activities than people know. So it's nice to tell. And David, thank you for supporting Kirit, who runs the South Asian Health Action Group over there. But he is also national and international, because Kirit does go to India. Later, we are going to club again with the Rotary International Organ Donation Guide. Rotarian Lal Goyal will be joining us shortly in about 30 minutes. So it's so beautiful that we are doing here. And David, so tell me, you mentioned about your father, who was a very good Guinness drinker. Maybe he was an Irish influenced.
No.
No?
No, I mean, that's not an apocryphal story. That's the truth. When he left the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Birmingham,
Yes.
because he was a registered blind person, then
Yes.
he had to give up his job as a lawyer, and he became a publican.
Okay.
And on leaving the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, some well-meaning individual said to him he needed iron, and Guinness was a good sort of iron.
Yes.
So he should drink Guinness, but he obviously drank far too much of it to be to be sensible. I witnessed during my formative years the fact that this is not apocryphal at all. He used to drink about 18 pints of Guinness a day, and he never ever seemed to be the worse for wear for it.
And Guinness did promote itself as a good iron infuser, even in East Africa, where I remember where I was born. We didn't drink because we were too young then, but we would see people having Guinness bottle over there and say, we are consuming some iron for body. Of course, it's alcohol, but it's nice. And maybe Dad is smiling on us right now, listening to us over here, David. David, let's welcome our senior anchor in Punjab, in India over here. Dr. Amrita Sharma as well, who would like to also welcome you on Healing Our Earth platform. And then together, let us get this momentum going that there is no fear to give organ transplant, to receive organ transplant, or to give organ, and we reach out more and more people. And then we want to take Dr. Rajiv Gupta, Sunil, spinal surgeon, Ankul, who has got comments because he dabbles into legality of things. So Amrita, let's welcome David once again. And you are there sitting in Mumbai in India, where it's night at the moment. And your thoughts on what David was saying and how Rotary wants to come in together with Kirit, because Kirit is a Rotarian as well.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. A global namaste to you, David. A very warm welcome to our family. And your thoughts, I have been listening to you, which is really good. And knowing about your family and your personal self also, it reflects one of those things, the way so Rotary itself as an organization cannot be led unless people of those ethical values and personality traits come together to have those things ingrained in themselves that can be reflected worldwide to take up those issues which are very sensitive as well as important, and also fulfill a noble cause worldwide. And Rotary itself is known from the ages from that as well. And so your inputs, your contribution, as well as you yourself, it's really wonderful to have you with all of us. And I think each one of us will feel more empowered with your inputs with us. Thank you so much for joining.
That's very kind of you, Amrita. I saw Anakul had got his hand up. Anakul, did you want to ask me a question?
Yes, I did want to ask a question, and that's about, it's slightly off the scale, which use of human embryonic stem cells and scaffolding, and it's a regenerative engineering, and it's very much on the platter these days. And I use certain methods of trying to figure out for joint replacement and stuff like that. You create scaffolds for structuring cartilage. I just want to know. I do not know. I mean, I do it from the various what do you call organizations and industries and get the tissues from there. But when it comes to this kind of regenerative principles and work across the world, where you can have a kidney as a scaffold and try to get a human embryonic stem cells try to regenerate, where do we stand with this kind of propagation of this kind of knowledge and practice?
Well, I think if it can be put into layman's language so that people can understand what it is you're trying to do, then we are capable of sharing whatever you want to try and achieve out of it with whoever you want to share it with. And in the same way that we want to try and proselytize the importance of organ donation, if stem cell creation or whatever you're doing on the stem cell on the genetic side with stem cells, that you want to simplify it and make it something that people can help and assist with, then we will do all we can to help with the education and the information, if that's an acceptable answer.
Absolutely. I think Neil should be able to get somebody from genetic engineering group and see if we can get them to tell us more about this. And maybe Dr. Sunil Daga can give us some ideas to how that's going on, because it comes to the ethical issue of getting stem cells from embryos, and how does that work out in our standard NHS system, and where are the legalities and where are the obstructions, and does he come across anybody who has come across that kind of situation?
So we have discussed this on healing and on a health episodes. Yes, we can go a bit further. Sunil, you've got a comment on this as well. Go ahead, and so has Rajiv. So Sunil, you first, and then Rajiv, and then we get back to organ donation and encourage more people. Over to you, Sunil. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a really good question and something we're going to be hearing more out, the regenerative medicine, the stem cell. I'm afraid I don't think there is anything going on in UK around that because of ethical issues around that. The one that I remember is in America. They are trying at a very early stage. I mean, the scaffolding and regenerating kidney is incredibly complicated. It's a much more complex organ than actually, for example, a cartilage or a joint. So, yep, progress very early stage. I suspect we'll be doing xenotransplant well before organ regeneration in kidneys. As you know, the pig transplants are going to be a reality probably much sooner than actually embryonic stem cell regeneration of kidneys. So watch the space. There's quite a lot going on there.
Yeah.
Okay, Rajiv, have you got a comment before we move on to more guests?
Yeah, I think so. It's a very important question, Anukul, and you are valid in asking that, because the amount of the work that we generate in the organ transplant through all the work that is needed for living donor, which has made life much easier, as we talked earlier. If stem cell transplant is successful, it will radically increase the number of the donors, because it doesn't cost anything. It's completely safe from that point of view, and will multiply the number of recipient. However, the process itself is very complicated. The ethics are massively complicated, particularly if it is the human embryonic cells, which are non-therapeutic potential. So you can have pluripotent cells, which is like induced, versus the mesenchymal type of the stem cells, which are relatively more safe and more effective in this. However, we are early in infancy for a proper transplant purpose when it is one organ a defect. Because in order to do that, you need to have organ-specific cells cultured in an amount which can be regulated. Currently, the cell growth is unregulated, so it goes into the body tissue. It needs to have a finite life, finite differentiation, and a final derivation, which both are quite difficult at this point in time. So I would say it's a future, it's a good aspiration, but not practical at this point in time. I'll stop.
Thank you. Thank you,
Just
Dr.
one small
Rajiv. Yes.
question. Sorry, Neil. Sorry. I just wanted to ask one small bit, and that is, it is possibly likely to be a big help for people where there is a possibility of rejections of kidneys or heart or anything like that. And that's what I thought of trying to introduce the idea of scaffold and rejection issues, which may have some help. But I thought I'll take the opinion from experts like you or Dr. Daga.
So it's a good future. So you're right. It's a good future plan. It will solve a lot of problems. And in theory, you are absolutely right, particularly rejection issues, because you can't have multiple kidneys. A man has or woman has two kidneys only. If you've donated one, your own one is at risk. So like that will be a good rescue operation to do. And I think a progress has been made, but I think we are still far from a real life practical donation.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv.
Yeah, I think. Yes.
So for future, this is definitely going to be something that can be looked into. Amrita, your quick comment, and then we're going to another Rotary Solier. Lynn has joined us, and she's the Rotary Organ Donation Coordinator as well. So we'll get some better inputs as well. Amrita, your comment. Over to you, Kirit, and then you introduce Lynn. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. a very, very viable and very good question, Dr. Anukul, because presently working with bioengineering and biosciences department, we have been talking about all these things and the venture of synthetic meat availability in the market. And how does that work? But the stem cell derivatives from the human fibroblast or from the CHOs or from any other animal cell and propagating it in artificial conditions has also very, very big questions for human adaptability, as Dr. Rajiv and Dr. Daga has pointed out. But yeah, and it will take a lot of clinical trials to study before things to venture up, and a lot of animal studies on intensive level. But yes, we can look up into the future if we can talk about the mystical chakras and the healings on that way, then this is also possible. Yeah, thank you so much. And yes, Neil Kumar, it's time to welcome our new guest, Lynn, from the who is the Rotary Organ Donation Coordinator. Global namaste to you, Lynn. A very warm welcome to today's episode.
Kirit, if you can introduce her to us, please.
So,
Yes,
thank you. Lynn is joined the Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK, and she's also heavily previously, now retired, but was a transplant coordinator. But correct me if I'm wrong, Lynn, in terms of your official work that you did, but also a trustee of transplant sports, or a patron of transplant sports. So welcome, Lynn, and thank you for joining Healing on Our Earth. Great to have you here, and also for you to share this important work that you've been doing, but also your passion about raising awareness of organ donation and supporting people who have had transplants. So thank you. Over to you, Lynn. Just introduce yourself and what you've been doing over the many years around organ donation transplantation. You're on mute, I think. Sorry, Lynn, we can't hear you. Okay, try unmuting again. You were unmuted, but now you're muted. No, we can't.
Okay, Lynn, if you can hear us, if you can either sign back in or just look at the bottom left, you've got a chevron on your sound, and connect the computer audio, please. So if you look at the bottom of the screen, on the left, you've got a mute button and a microphone. Look at the chevron, disable the sound and enable it again, please, computer audio, and you might have the sound back. Or just sign back in with the
that usually helps. That usually helps if you sign out and sign back in. So I think what we were talking earlier about, genetics, stem cells, etc. That one of the key things that I think for another topic is why we need our community to get more involved in research and clinical trials, because that's something that is another important area that we in the UK. And then obviously, Amrita, your passion and your expertise, and Dr. Gupta around Ayurvedic and looking at alternative therapies in terms of how they cure different illnesses. But that's for another topic. But it's something that helps people living with various conditions to look at how better they can live, and we can work on something in the future. But
yes, Kirit, because as our recipients were talking about lifestyle, that is such an important part. So it's not just about surgically replacing an organ. It's much more than that. And to heal from those things is all the balance that you make up in your life on personal basis. And that's where the alternative system of medicine, Ayurveda, and other stuff comes in, to have a holistic view on your own parameters of health and to choose a perfect lifestyle which will help you enhancing your living years, to make you feel better in an overall well-being. Because it's not just getting a kidney or just replacement of an organ, but it's a viability of that organ and adaptability of an organ inside your body, and your consciousness also to work on parallel basis to see how blessed you feel about all these things. So there's a big mental and emotional thing as well, I think, which is linked with it. And in that way, that context of how positive and optimistic you are in life, and how thankful and humble with the great gratitude, as because I see a lot of people's perspective towards life change once they receive these things, because they have seen their life very close to death. And when they see the life very close to death and coming to life and getting those years, they really value that years of their life. And that's what makes a big difference. So valuing that which is given to you, now it comes up as a gift, and then you take much more care about it. But it's not just that we take a lesson and then we do something. It's all about caring from the very beginning, where I think most of the population will also be repenting on things, why I lost this thing and what has happened. Because in India, a lot of cases comes with diabetes, with alcohol poisoning, with a lot of other things of drug toxicity, where kidney failures are very common. And in all those cases, once you lose a particular part of your body, you really start to open your eyes to look into, oh, what I've lost really something, on how I have achieved that. Then those kind of aspects where lifestyle medicine and holistic medicine plays a very important role. And this helps to keep you up with the viability on physical, emotional, and mental basis as you go on. And I think Dr. Rajiv and Dr. Anukul would be best persons to add on to that. Over to you, Dr. Rajiv, and then we have Dr. Anukul. Okay.
Wonderful, Amrita. I was just about to say that prolonging tissue life through natural means, including whether yoga, Ayurveda, all natural ways, is far better than using the chemical things. And I know that tissue transplant happen, it's not the end of life. You need to use immunosuppressive for a very long time. So one part is before transplant, if you have been using these natural means, you probably don't have the organ damage because there is tissue repair happening naturally. Oxygen is the big test, and I know Nil Kumar is a big fan, and I have written a book on this, Breathing for Life, which is like if you breathe properly and have good tissue oxygenation, you probably are giving a lot more power to your organ to have a self-repair. And the same way after the transplant as well, if we can do this naturally so that tissue survive a lot longer, that would be something amazing. Perhaps will reduce the amount of the immunosuppressant we need, because body has got a power which is particularly the gut associated lymphoid tissue, and that immunity is fantastic. And while the rejection happened because of our bodies rejecting the tissue, if we can get a friendliness between the body own tissue and the implanted tissue, we can have a friendship, and that's fantastic for life. So I think that's a very, very important point you brought. Thank you.
We got Lynn back. Let's see if the sound. Lynn, can you speak up, please?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead, Lynn.
Okay. Listen, I'm so sorry about this. And I'm enjoying listening to all of you. I really feel that you have a much more global, holistic view that you so eloquently are expressing. So I won't take up much time because I can't talk like you. I love it. Holistic and natural remedies are great, but I know with transplantation, which we're putting a load of chemicals into our patients to keep them alive, and there's not many I know that manage without drugs. A few liver transplants manage, they've accommodated their organ, but with most of the other organs, they still require their medication with side effects. But my work has been so wonderful. I was in the right place at the right time. Talking about xenotransplantation, I was at Papworth back in the late 70s. And already then they were doing laboratory research down in Cambridge on exactly that, xenotransplantation. And then eventually it all got stopped, and then it's resurrected itself. And the Americans are really very close to doing it. But I think my commitment to transplantation is, yes, I used to be a very young sister in the intensive care at Papworth when we started heart transplants, but then I came up to Newcastle to help with the heart and lung transplant program, help set it up. And so I've seen my patients die waiting, a lot of them waiting for hearts and lungs, and livers are in the very same position. A kidney transplantation is not fun either. Fortunately, there are dialysis machines, but that's not quality of life for very many. So providing a quality of life with organ donation, as well as saving life, is what's so vital. And this week being Organ Donation Week, hopefully we'll all make a difference. There's an awful lot going on around this country. Interestingly, NHS Blood and Transplant, I'm just a volunteer. They call me, I'm not into titles, but it's a very long title, isn't it, Kirit? Organ Donation Ambassador. It's crazy. I've always talked about organ donation without having to have a title. And so don't worry if you don't know which title to use, Kirit. The NHSBT, though, they're relying on us volunteers to educate the public, and that's a problem in this country. And this is why so over 10 years ago we were at the same level that we are now, 7,600 people waiting for an organ transplant. It's awful. It's gone up. It went down a little bit, but it's way back up, and it hasn't stopped climbing. And I think the main thing is their message about sharing our wishes with our families has sort of disappeared, this campaign. And they provided new pink T-shirts which don't say discuss your wishes about organ donation. So I carry on doing what I feel is important, with getting that message across and discussing what we'd like to do when we die with our family now. And I don't see death as a morbid thing. Death is a release for many, and it's moving on to something else much more wonderful for many as well. And it's inevitable. So it's not a morbid discussion. And I just say, and tomorrow I'll be at the main entrance of the Freeman Hospital with my table full of all sorts. And I'll be just saying simply, if you would like to save life after you die, please tell your family. And that's the message. I don't really think getting all confused with the law and the opting in and the opting out. At the end of the day, we will not be retrieving organs if the families say no. That's what happens in this country. So the only way to try and increase organ donation is educate the public, which all of us are trying to do, and just get that little simple message over. You must talk to your family. I'm talking in a school next week, and again, go home and talk to your parents. And so I think it's, there's a lot of very academic and scientific people on this call, of which I'm not one of them, but I just keep it simple. And my life has been enriched with meeting these amazing, I call them casual heroes. They didn't ask to be put in this position of the ones you see on this screen, but they are my casual heroes. And for the families who have to go through it all, feeling helpless, I just applaud all of them. I'm very humbled, and hopefully, it would be wonderful to be able to be a donor, but not many of us die in the right situation. And we all think we'll die in our sleep when we're 99. That's nice, but what a waste. I can't give anything if I don't die in the right situation. So thank you for listening, and I'll be quiet now.
Thank you, Lynn. I'm like you, keeping it nice and simple. Like you, I've not had a transplant journey, but I've been touched by people who have, donated and saved lives. And, 15 years ago, one of my friends, his daughter passed away at the age of 9, and she had a brain hemorrhage, and she donated her organs. And the lady who received Ashley's kidney, not only did Ashley save Gemma's life, but Gemma created 2 more lives by giving birth to 2 more boys. So, and the family only decided to join the organ register at a local medal the year before, and they were faced with this decision to do they donate Ashley's organs? And what a wonderful decision they made. And since then, I've not looked back, because it's about, like you, an ambassador for NHSBT, but it's getting those conversations in our communities to make sure that people make the right decision. And I say it slightly differently. I say to people, if you or your family were in a position that you needed an organ, would you take it? And most likely they say yes. So that's something then the conversation starts to say, well, then if we're thinking about taking, then we should be thinking about donating. And then that helps us to build the conversations around culture. We can have lots of conversations, but it's great that your work you're doing. And also I did mention, and Declan mentioned, around transplant sports as well, because that's another great way of getting recipients to rejuvenate their kind of engagement by having the transplant. Did you want to say anything about transplant sports?
Very well, transplant sport. Declan is a wonderful example of someone who has had a transplant and keeps himself fit and active. And so, and his story then inspires others who are still on the waiting list or who haven't the confidence to get back into doing anything very active. So people like Declan are the best examples of the success of organ transplantation. But with transplant sport, trying to organize events for everyone and getting the press involved and the media, that's what it's about. That's why I am a volunteer for them, trying to make a difference, and I'm totally committed to that. But and we're taking, I've managed the GB team for the World Transplant Games, and amazingly, one of my old swimmers, he doesn't compete anymore, but his wife, she was at the recent games in Nottingham, and because their daughter was swimming, because their daughter needed a kidney, just like the father had. It's a familial disease, and she was swimming, but the mother, who I've known for years, she asked me today whether live donors can compete in the World Games. And I said, yes, of course they can. And I thought, oh gosh, she must have given her kidney to the daughter who was swimming this year in Nottingham. So I said, yeah, you gave your kidney to your daughter. And she said, no, I gave my kidney to my husband, but my oldest daughter gave her kidney to the younger daughter. So what a family. So and the World Games next year, we're going to have a real family of recipients and donors, live donors though. So that's the gift of life. That's what it's about, the gift of life. So it's great to be part of that whole family, really.
Brilliant. And thank you. You're joining the Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK as well. So it's really a great way to kind of get the Rotary promoting organ donation. As I said earlier, when they've done a fantastic job trying to eradicate polio over the last 25 years. And now obviously every city has a Rotary Club. So if members, as we grow our members to the Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK, we can start influencing and championing the cause locally, regionally, nationally, internationally. So that's great. And obviously, if you just stay tuned, because we're going to be obviously Rotarian Lalji's joined us, and we're going to be working in collaboration and having a good opportunity to sign an MOU working with the Indian-based, international Rotary Club International, as well as our club, to learn from each other, to share knowledge, to share activities, but also the message is the same, the goal is the same, to try and ensure we save lives. So it's great to have you, Lynn. Great to have you, Declan, as well. Dr. Dagger, anything you wanted to? Obviously, you've heard Lynn speak. You were in the medical advisor for Leeds Transplant Games a couple of years ago, and you saw it firsthand. What life changes are there. So, anything you want to add?
Well, I think the games are a great place for somebody like me, because I usually would see patients in an environment where they're coming to ask advice for me for the health, and the transplant games are totally different. There you're seeing your patients and their family in a great health. And in fact, when I first came, you must remember, I could barely run the 5 kilometer run, whereas my patients and the donors were running. So my challenge was that I need to challenge myself. And by next year, when I went to Coventry, I managed 5 kilometers in 30 minutes. So that was a great achievement. So it's a great thing to bring transplant games. It's such a great way to promote health, promote the well-being, physical activities. There's so much there, really, the community spirit. So I'm a pro now. I couldn't come this year to Nottingham because I was doing Himalayan trekking, Lynn, but I'm totally committed now.
Well, you were a great medical director for Leeds, and that's when I really first met you, Sunil. And it really is great that you actually started doing a bit more exercise. I come and go with my exercise. I'm into aqua aerobics and Pilates at the moment, but it's not always sometimes say as I do or do as I say. But not what I do, but whatever. I try and promote health and activity as much as possible with a bit of example as well. But yeah, and we do need to educate the health professionals to be educating their recipients, their transplant and their dialysis patients to do more exercise. And I know clinics have little time except to look at the blood pressure and the drugs. But if more of the health professionals helped to educate their patients, we'd see more fit post-transplants, that's for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Job.
Great. And yes, go on.
Yes,
Neil.
let's thank Lynn because she came out from the heart. She said, forget about opt-in, opt-out, or whatever it is. Start exploring both the organ donation and organ transplant. Ultimately, your next of kin, if you are diseased, will make a decision. So don't worry about it. Just go forth and explore now before it is late. So Lynn, that came from the heart. Stay around, Lynn, because it's exciting time now. Sunil, stay around. Rajiv, stay around. Because we've heard about UK regulation and what happens in UK and what can be possible. Also how UK people can tie giving organ donation to their relatives in India and how it works. Because just in a moment, we are going to bring the international expert from Rotary, Rotarian Lal Goyal, who is also a producer at Healing Our Earth, who will tell us more. And then Kirit and Rotarian are going to make an exciting announcement because we are going to take this organ donation and transplant even further with better outreaches. So stay around. So Amrita, so far, Kirit has done very well. He brought in different experts. Kirit is still going to remain with us because he is still here. And the next leg, which we are going to move into India, where some more experts are coming. What are your thoughts so far? What have we learned?
Yeah, I think today's episode is very amazing. I host most of the episodes, and every episode has its own vibration and color. And the color of this episode is really very touching because we deal with such a sensitive issue in so many ways, and the kind of decision making. In fact, next week I am addressing one of the conferences in um, decision making and judgments. And it's a very interesting topic to address. That's kind of a conference as well, because these kind of topics, as far as mental health is concerned in today's time, and our energy and our direction to make right decisions in life makes a big difference in organ donation, actually. So these kind of things are so important in that way. So it is really amazing to have Lynn and other guests with us. Over to you, Neil.
And the beautiful part is, still here on the screen in the gallery is Declan, who is a living proof, 25 years single transplant only, which means it can be longer even. And Declan, we hope to see you back in next 25 years, where you can bring in more news, more positivity. Declan, stay around because we want to go to our India leg. And Amrita, let's introduce our senior anchor and a producer for this hour here, who him together with Kirit, who know each other personally as well, are going to make a nice announcement as well, because this momentum is going ahead quite well. So Amrita, please go ahead and introduce Rotarian Lal Gohil. Over to you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. It's time to move to India with our regular episode producer and our contributor, Rotarian Lal Goyal. Rotarian Lal Goyal is a charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, as well as he is a chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation and GYAN. And today we have with us Rotarian Lal Goyal, who will be sharing with us his expertise on organ donation, and we are going to have something really exciting for everyone just in a few moments. Over to you, Rotarian Lal Goyal. Global Namaste and a very warm welcome.
Global Namaste. Thank you very much, Amrita. Thank you very much, Mr. Neil Kumar and the entire team of Healing Our Earth for producing world-class episodes every Sunday on different topics. And today's topic is also very, very exciting. And I'm so happy that you have included the Rotary clubs, two Rotary clubs. One is Rotary Club of Organ Donation International from India, and the Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK. So these two clubs are joining hands and signing the MOU and that you are going to show today with views from the experts from UK as well as from India. Now, as always I say, we are not God, but God has given us the power to give new life to up to 9 people and to improvise 75 lives. This is the power of organ donation. And when we talk of organ donation in India, then we have to understand what are the challenges and what are the solutions. But before that, I would also like to thank Rotarian Kirat Mistry today, because he is a person who is totally dedicated for this cause. I was introduced to him by our Mr. Neil Kumar only, and then I had an interaction many times on phone. Even we had a joint program on radio. Then he invited me to address Rotary Club of Leicester in UK, where we met for the first time, and I found that a person who is totally dedicated for the service of humanity through his own organization. He is doing very noble work, I must say, in the field of organ donation, in the field of diabetes and other health issues for saving the mankind. And a person who is down to earth, always ready to talk, give his inputs, and very, very valuable inputs. So thank you very much, Rotarian Kirat Mistry, today with us. And because today's program is having two components. One is the MOU signing. So Rotarian Kirat Mistry, are we doing it now or after this episode? What is the plan? What you have decided to do that?
So there is no objection, whichever way you feel. Maybe I think we take Dr. Rajendra first as a chit chat, and then together let's declare the MOU of this joint twin club collaboration. What do you say, Dr. Rotarian Lal Goyal and Kim?
Yeah, this is fine.
Great
So
idea.
I will invite my first panelist guest. But before that, why it is so important in India, I would just like to highlight. In India, more than 5 lakhs people are dying every year. These figures are not mine. These figures have been given by NOTO, the National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization, a NGO set up by the Government of India under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So one can very well imagine the conditions why we desperately require organ donation awareness in India. And India is having opt-in system. I could not join earlier because of my Rotary meeting, but what I just overhear about opt-in and opt-out, the UK earlier was in opt-in, but from 20th May 2020, they have adopted the opt-out system. USA is following opt-in, and India is also following opt-in, while the majority, or I can say the majority of the Europe is following opt-out system. And there are many advantages of opt-out system which are not there in opt-in system here, and that's why so much mortality. But we are doing our best. We all are trying, and I'm thankful to the Rotary International and especially those Rotarians who are dedicated for this very noble cause. And among them, I would like to introduce, because we will be talking about organ donation whenever I will get the chance to talk. I would like to introduce my first panelist guest, Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal. Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal, service above self, empowering communities through selfless leadership. Described by many as the embodiment of Rotary's core value, Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal, Rotary District Governor of Mumbai District 3141 of Mumbai District 3, is fondly known as the service governor for his unwavering commitment to the cause of humanity. As Dr. Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal states, I quote, "The true essence of Rotary lies in serving humanity, uplifting the underprivileged, and embodying the spirit of service above self," unquote. A visionary leader's journey, Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal's remarkable career is a testament to his dedication to uplifting the less fortunate and his strong leadership in various prestigious roles, including Chief Coordinator, RID 3141, District Secretary, RID 3140, Assistant Governor, RID 3140, President Rotary Club of Bombay, Queen City, President Akhil Bharatiya Agrawal Sammelan, Mumbai for 6 years. Then he became the National Vice President, Akhil Bharatiya Agrawal Sammelan. He is a trustee of Haryana Bhavan, Mumbai. He is also the trustee of West Mahavidyalaya, Bhiwani. He is a qualified doctor in naturopathy. And he's got the recognitions, accolades. Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal's tireless efforts and selfless service have earned him numerous awards, including the prestigious Corona Award, recognizing his exceptional contributions during the pandemic. Welcome, Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal. And I would like to inform all our viewers and especially the Rotarians that the Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal is the mentor of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. He is a guiding force. He is a light of hope for the entire Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. So, Rotarian, welcome Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal on a very, very special program of today's, because we are signing an MOU between two clubs, Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, which belongs to Rotary International District 3141, and Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK, which belongs to Rotary International District 1070. You being a past district governor of Rotary District 3141 and being a Rotarian for so long, and you have been termed, it is not just to say, but whenever I go and meet anybody, because my journey, excuse me, is very short in Rotary, but I will tell you, everybody respect him as a service governor. His mool mantra is never say no. That is something which is remarkable. I also want to practice, but it is very, very difficult to practice. We would like to know from Dr. Rajendra Agrawal his journey in Rotary and how he is now, and he's working on a very, very special cause, free organ transplants for pediatric patients, 100 patients free of cost in Maharashtra. He's very soon signing an MOU with the government of Maharashtra along with Rotary Club of Organ Donation International and his organizations. We all are signing where entire transplant organ transplant of kidney, liver and heart will be done free of cost for the pediatric patients, for 100 patients. He's such a dedicated person. Welcome, Dr. Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal. Your views on today's very special episode.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal Goyal, Charter President of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International in India. Thank you for introducing me. I also welcome Kirit Mistry, the Charter President of Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK, and all the members present over here. It is absolutely wonderful being present over here. Mr. Lal Goyal, you just mentioned about myself. I'll just share few things. I've got 32 years of journey in Rotary, and I've been growing up with Rotary so many years, but last 6-7 years have been very important. 6-7 years back, I started with the project of helping children with heart surgery. It was starting with heart surgery, where till today, me and my team have helped 8,000 children with free heart surgery in Mumbai. So that was one journey. 5 years back, I got an opportunity to help a child with heart transplant. So that was a turning point where we saw the reality of a child getting a heart and the procedure and raising the finances, and that girl is still, we call her in our programs regularly. Then we got a chance in Corona to help a boy with heart transplant. In the lockdown in Mumbai, we could manage getting a heart and also a successful surgery. So personally, I've been involved with these 2 transplants of heart and many of liver and kidney. So it was a beautiful journey realizing the heart surgery, we have helped 8,000, but heart transplant is not that easy. So last few months we have been working on this project. In India, raising fund is not easy. When a parent realizes he needs money of a huge amount for a transplant, so if he cannot raise the money, even if he is in queue for heart transplant, liver transplant, it does not happen. The money has to be ready for the hospital. So we have come up with this project, what Mr. Lal Goel just said. We are raising funds for 100 transplants. And very soon we'll be signing a MOU with the government. We'll keep the funds ready. Anytime any child comes for such a transplant, Rotary will coordinate, and we already giving a okay immediately as soon as the MOU with the government is done, and we are going to have 100 transplants happening in the next maybe 1 or 2 years. So it's a beautiful opportunity and happiness helping such people. What Mr. Lal Goel just said about never say no. When I was a governor, I got this quote in my journey, and why I use this: whenever anyone approaches me for help, and whenever I just say, okay, we'll help you. So the energy we get of committing to someone opens up all the doors for that to happen. So it is happening to me every single day. I'm helping Rotarians and the society for various things, and it is actually creating miracles and wonders. So today is a very special day of signing this MOU, and Mr. Lal Goel's journey and dream of making this happen all over the world, all over India, various transplant centers and raising funds for A, B, C, D, so many things. I wish him all the best, and let this MOU happen and take all of you be involved with this journey in India and all over the world. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead with the program.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agarwal. I have forgotten, but I want you to tell about the special award this year you got from Rotary International. You got a special award from Rotary International. Can you just brief that about that?
I'll share that. This year, Rotary International recognized me with an award called Service Above Self. This award is given by Rotary International every year to 100 past governors all over the world. So from thousands of applications, only 100 are selected every year, and I was lucky and honored to be recognized and given this award just 2 months back in Mumbai. Thank you, Dr. Lal, for reminding me. My pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agarwal. And as Mr. Neil Kumar has mentioned that we can do the signing now of MOU if possible. Rotarian Kirat Mistry, are you there? If you can also come. So, yes. So, if yeah, we can also see, yeah. Hello.
So we're just being joined by the rest of the team from the UK. So thank you for joining. They've been part of our program earlier. And Dr. Rajendra Agarwal, thank you again for your kind wishes. And obviously, you're doing some excellent work around children and heart and other. So hopefully, this is something that we can also collaborate with through Lal Goel, through the International Rotary Club, because it's a great cause for children who, which we value as well.
Yeah. Yes. So can we go ahead with the signing of MOU?
Yes. So if you just want to as Rotarian Lal mentioned, we had the privilege of meeting last year in the UK, but prior to that, we were talking, and it was great. He established the Rotary Club for Organ Donation International. At that time, I was with the Rotary Club of Organ Donation, which was I was the president of that club. But through my presidency, my passion and interest was to look at how do we bring this to the UK, and setting up Rotary Club for Organ Donation UK. And thanks to my members who are now coming on board, we are not yet fully chartered, but it's something that we will be chartering very soon. But at the moment, thanks to Rotarian David Kendrick, who was here earlier, he sponsored our club, and he's also a board member of Rotary Great Britain and Ireland, who will be now supporting us growing Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK in England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. So hopefully that's our mission. Again, we have the same mission to ensure no one dies while waiting for an organ transplant. So thank you again, Rotarian Golal. It's a pleasure working with you and having this MOU to learn from you and learn from each other and from our members, because you have a great team. We are building a great team, and I think we will learn a lot together.
So Kirit, off the screen, we have agreed, because we are going to exchange a signed copy of the MOU here live on Healing Our Earth. To those people watching on the social media, we are privileged to make this a launch for and on behalf of the Rotary, where we are twinning at least 2 organizations of the Rotary. Rotary loves twinning clubs over here. So with our Rotarian Lal Goyal, who is an international chair for organ donation and an impresario and a maestro in India for organ donation, who travels around, and Kirit Mistry, who initiated this and got the people interested for the organ donation United Kingdom. We hereby declare through both of you, without being coerced, you are doing it willingly. You agree to cooperate with each other and expand on this organ donation and organ transplant. Do we agree? Do we have your hands up? So there you are, ladies and gentlemen, at Healing Our Earth. We can say right now that this MOU is an understanding between Organ Donation Club of Rotary of United Kingdom together with the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, where Rotarian Ral Goyal is. They are going to collaborate together and together bring out more outreaches and more benefits to the not just South Asian community, but anybody who might need it within the bounds of legality. Well, a big round of applause for all of you, and well done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neil Kumar. Now I would like to bring my next panelist guest, and he's none other than Rotarian Kirat Mistry. Rotarian Kirat Mistry, championing health equality and empowering communities. As a dedicated patient advocate and the visionary behind South Asian Health Action, Rotarian Kirat Mistry has committed his life to reducing health disparity, promoting culturally competent healthcare, and empowering marginalized communities. His personal journey, Rotarian Kirat Mistry's personal experience of living with type 2 diabetes, exposed him to the significant gaps in tailored healthcare resources for South Asian communities. This first-hand understanding fueled his resolve to drive systematic change and provide vital support where it was lacking. His key achievements are: he is the founder, Leicestershire South Asian Diabetes Support Group 2015. He is a member of NHS Leicester, Leicestershire and Rutland Clinical Commissioning Group Diabetes Delivery Group. He is public contributor, Health Research Authority. He is the board member of Eaglety Health. He is director and lead for Health Portfolio, Hindu Council UK. He is the chair and founder, South Asian Health Action Charity. He is the campaign developer, Hindu, Sikhs, and Muslim Embrace Organ Donation Awareness Campaign. He is the ambassador of NHS Blood and Transplant and NHSBT Organ Donation for the Midlands. He is founding chapter member of Rotary Club of Organ Donation. He is now the charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK. His vision, Rotarian Kirat, is driven by a mission to improve health equity for South Asian communities, advocate for culturally sensitive healthcare solutions, raise awareness and provide education on diabetes, prevention and management, promote organ donation awareness and increase donor registration within diverse community. And he has been recognized by Rotarian Kids. Mystery has been unwavering dedication, has earned him multiple accolades, establishing him as a prominent and respected figure in health advocacy and community empowerment. Welcome, Rotarian Kirat Mistry, on this very, very important episode of Healing Our Earth, on dedicated for organ donation and especially for the organ donation, Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK and Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, with both have signed the MOU for the benefit of the entire world, I can say, not only restricted to India and UK only. Now, Rotarian Kirat Mistry, you are promoting, and I know that we have worked together. I went and we meet you and we discussed a lot, although it was a meeting was very not that long. But whatsoever I found that you are a person who is totally dedicated, who is having no personal life, sorry to say, but his personal life, his priority is only to serve the humanity. You have heard what Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agarwal has mentioned. Service above self, and it has been recognized also. We would like to know from you your views on organ donation, role of Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK, and how you are planning to collaborate with Rotary Club of Organ Donation International and to do service to the humanity. Rotarian Kirat Mistry, please.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Rotarian Lal Golal. It's been a pleasure and privilege meeting you when we did, and to look at how we collaborate. And my inspiration is driving from you, because every morning your lovely messages, you know, when I wake up to and see the causes of organ donation you're passionate about, is helping me to kind of do this. And I've been passionate for over 15 years on organ donation, just because a family friend of mine, you know, his daughter, they made sure that she donated when she passed away, and she's Ashley created 3 lives, for not only for the recipient, but the recipient's gone on to give birth to 2 more boys. And then since then, the challenge has been, why is there such a problem or a taboo of organ donation in our communities, particularly the South Asian communities? So I was, you know, very fortunate to work with 2 hospitals, organ donation committees, and they were saying, Kirit, we are having problems with reaching your community. We are having problems reaching, you know, the Hindu, the Sikh, the Muslim communities. There's, you know, cultural taboos, there's religious taboos. So that time, my kind of engagement with, it was fortunate. I had people in the community that I knew that had a transplant. So it was really just connecting them with the hospital. But then we decided we will create an ambassador program locally in the 2 hospitals, so that they would then do more awareness in the community. And thankfully, some of those ambassadors are now still connected with us. But it's not just about having ambassadors in institutions. Those institutions have to come back into the communities. And this is what we're trying to do in the UK by having Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK, is to look at how we connect all the charities, all the national charities, all the national institutions, but also the hospitals and the communities, to kind of join forces to get the message of organ donation. How we collaborate is really looking at, you know, having an action plan of what we would want to do in the UK. This will be a plan we'll drawn up by our members. We will also, as we would like to kind of have joint meetings with your club to see, you know, how we can learn and how the MOU is going, but also how do we learn about some of the good work you're doing in India. Our club is very much focused around all communities, although, you know, my passion and work has been over the many years of addressing health inequalities within South Asian communities because of the higher prevalence of health conditions, illnesses existing. But our club, for Rotary Club of Organ Donation, is the journey for all people who are waiting for transplants, who've had a transplant, those families who are, again, caring for their loved ones as well, to be advocates, to be supporters for them, so they have the information, they have the opportunity to influence institutions to get their voices heard. And I think Rotary is a great opportunity for us to do that, like they've done with other causes like polio. If in the UK, our vision for our club is, once we get the members growing, we've got local Rotary clubs, we've got regional, national, and international. So we can start championing organ donation within local clubs that will then filter to our national clubs that we will be setting up. And one thing I've learned from you, Mr. Goal, is about the same thing as what I've heard from Dr. Rajendra, is not to say no. You're similar. You have the same kind of, I've contacted you, I need this, and you've always been there to support. And that's what the Rotary is about. It's about helping each other for one common cause and for the humanity. And if we can, help transplant patients who are waiting, they go through a lot of challenges, their mental health, their families are going through lots of challenges because they don't know when that life-saving transplant will come. So this is one of the key areas that if we can help through our clubs, trying to find support for people going through or waiting for a transplant with their mental well-being, because that's also always forgotten and people are suffering in silence. So I think that's one of our key ambitions of working together. I think I will, and again, it's all about learning from each other and learning from our members, because we are bringing lots of experts who are going to be members of Rotarians, and we have to utilize their passion, their skills, and their experiences.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Kirit Mistry, for giving the roadmap for the future about the joint venture which we have done today between Rotary Club of Organ Donation International and Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK. I would like to say, because then you mentioned about the polio thing. Yes, as Rotary International played the pivotal role to see to it that polio will vanish from the scene of the world, and it is almost gone, except few cases reported in Afghanistan and Pakistan, which they are expecting that it will be cleared by 2027. Similarly, we require that we must work together to see to it that the Rotary should set up a fund like they have put for End Polio Fund for organ donation, so that those countries which are having no such type of infrastructure, retrieval centers or transplant centers can have those things. You are lucky in UK, you have the NSH support, so that all the transplants you are doing it free of cost. While in India, as our earlier speaker, Rotarian Dr. Rajan Agrawal has mentioned, that India, it's very, very difficult. Even if the organ is available, at that time the patient cannot have the 25 lakhs rupees or so. It is very, very difficult to get the heart or the liver transplant or even 50 lakhs rupees. So thank you very much, Rotarian Kirit Mistry. I will be coming back to you again. I would like to now move to my next panelist guest, and he is Dr. Varun Mittal. Dr. Varun Mittal is the head of kidney transplant and uro-oncology and robotic surgery at Hartness Hospital, Gurugram. He is MBBS, MS, General Surgery, MCH, Urology and Kidney Transplant, DNB, Genitourinary Surgery, Fellowship in Minimal Invasive and Robotic Urology, Fellowship on Robotic Urologic Surgery, University of Miami, USA. Dr. Varun Mittal specializes in kidney transplant and advanced robotic urologic cancer surgery. His area of interest are Sept, paired kidney exchange, ABO, HLA, incompatible and diseased organ kidney transplants. He has been one of the key person in successful kidney transplant program in eminent institutes for over a decade. His academic career has been studded with achievements and has been awarded with gold medal for best robotic surgery video by AMASI. He is a recipient to International Cavill Fellowship Award by American Urologic Association in 2015. He has authored many book chapters and research articles. He has presented various research papers, posters, surgical videos in various urologic and organ transplant conferences, both national and international. He is member of Urological Society of India, North Zone Urological Society of India, American Urology Association, Indian American Urology Association, Indian Society of Surgeon Transplant Robotic Urology Forum. He received several awards and honors, namely Dr. C. Palanvelu, Best Video Gold Medal, MS Econ, December 2017, Kochi, Second Best Poster Award at Robotic Urology Forum 2017, Mumbai, International Scholarship Award, Vachikuti International Scholar 2016, International Fellowship Award, AUA USI Olympus International Resident Travel Fellowship Award 2015, Second Best Poster Prize at UACON 2015, Lucknow, India, Honors in Biochemistry, October 2001, Honors in Pharmacology, October 2002, and many, many more. Welcome, Dr. Varun Mittal, on our very, very special edition of the program on organ donation, and especially you have seen yourself how the two clubs, one or Rotary Club of Organ Donation International and Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK, signed an MOU for the benefit of the patients around the world. And you being a person, I know you because you have appeared in our Rotary meeting also, and I am following you also. You being such a busy doctor, you have a time to organize Nukkar Nataks, the corner street plays we organize on organ donation. Very, very remarkable thing to create awareness to rural areas or those areas, because these plays a very important role to create organ donation awareness. Dr. Varun Mittal, you have heard what our previous speaker, Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal, as well as Rotarian Kirat Mistry has spoken. Now, being a leading doctor, and especially in a robotic surgery for transplant of kidneys, we would like to know your views on today's very, very special program organized by Healing Our Earth. This Healing Our Earth, led by Mr. Neil Kumar and his team, is organizing program every Sunday on different topics benefiting humanity, thus the earth, and that's why the name is Healing Our Earth. And this topic today has been chosen especially in the way they have selected the speakers. It's remarkable. Hats off to them. Your views on organ donation, challenges and solutions in India, especially in India. Dr. Varun Mittal, please.
So thank you very much for the kind introduction, sir. First of all, I am thankful to all the senior members, Dr. Lal Goyal and Kirat Mistry, for inviting me to give my views on the organ donation in India. So my talk would be just limited to the what is the current situation in the world and actually in India, and what we are facing and what we are doing right now. So, and what all of us together can do. So let me start with my presentation. So I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, you can go ahead, please. We can see.
So I would not be talking general things about the organ donation. All of us are senior members, and but I would just like to start with Bhagavad Gita. So it is like our holy book. So in verse 2.2, as a person puts on a new garment, giving up the old ones, the soul similarly accept the new material bodies, giving up the old and useless ones. But I would just to put my view on this. I would not believe the last line, giving up the old and useless one. Why to give up the old and useless one? So in this, in the last sentence, the Gita is actually wrong. So in my viewpoint. So
Dr. Varun Mittal, can I just say a few things? What you said, that in my opinion, what my thing is, that as we leave our old clothes, we are not burying them, nor we are burning them. We are just giving to a needy person. Similarly, what Gita means is, once the soul has gone, your body, which is otherwise useless but can be beneficial to accept, because you need not to burn, you need not to bury it. Rather, you donate. So that is what my interpretation.
Yes, you have put into a right box. So like, so I just wanted to say it is not useless. So it can give lives to many people. So they, like, you can see it can give life to 8 or 9 people, and then we can save life of the 75 people more. So like every one of us can be a donor. So there is actually a no limit. Anybody more than 18 years can be a donor in living donor. And in case of disease donor, there's actually a no limit. So depending upon the organ and the recipient or donor, the situation is different in all kinds of organs. So like in India, anyone can be a donor. So nowadays, like we have an online form, anybody can pledge online just by scanning to the QR code. There's a noto form, and then immediately in 1 minute time, somebody can be a donor and just inform to our family members that I have donated the kidneys, I have donated my organs. So like coming to the worldwide situation, you must all must be knowing that like the like last 2023, the more than 150,000 kidneys were performed, and more more than 40,000 livers were performed. The numbers are increasing for the heart, lung, pancreas, and small bowel as well. But still the demand is actually more and supply is really less. So we are not able to balance for where the role of like such big Rotary club is like I would say you people are contributing in this scenario. Why just to solve this problem, demand versus supply. So coming to the like larger US data, like more than 1 lakh people are really waiting for the life-saving organ transplant, and US is able to perform like only 50,000 transplants. So every 8 minutes, another person is added to the transplant waiting list, and 17 people are dying each day just for waiting an organ transplant. So this is just the data shared by the statistics by the last of the March 2024. More than like 80,000 people are waiting for just for the kidney transplant, and the rest of the organs you can see in the graph. And only like 30,000 transplants are being performed the kidney. And the most common, the organ waiting is actually for the kidney only. And this is the more serious situation. Like the most common people which are on the waiting list are like our elderly people or middle-aged people between 50 to 65 years of age. They actually are suffering more than the younger people. And the disease donation by age is also in this age. If this is a serious situation, like those people who are contributing to the disease donation, they are the people who are actually on more on the waiting list. So this fact is actually disturbing. And number of disease donations still are more than the living donations are more than the disease donation. So this is like very disturbing fact. 90% of the adults support organ donation, but only 60% are actually fit finally to be as donors. So you mean to say like if we need to have a very big number of donors to have actually the successful donors. About 170 million people are registered to be donor in US, but only 3 in 1,000 people die in a way that allowed for deceased organ donation. So like we have to have a more and more number of organ donation pledges. And like if you look at the global scenario, the Spain is still at the top. United States is second in number, but in India the situation is still not happy. So we are only 0.52 organ donors per million population. So we are actually not in the news. So coming to India, more than actually 3 lakh patients are waiting for organ transplant right now in every year. And we are just able to perform 10 to 15,000 transplants in a year. And only around 3,000 transplants are from the deceased donors. Still, you will like some of us, I like when I shared this slide to my residents in my department, the people were actually laughing at this slide. Somebody conducted a study in last 3 years in which country the people are willing or coming willing to come forward for organ donation. Surprisingly, so in India, 74% people wanted to we are donors. But you can see the situation is really bad. Even the people of 74% are donors, but still we are not able to create as many as donors we actually want. So still the waiting list is very high. So, but anyways, we are doing good. Like we are the third number in the world which are performing organ transplants. The total transplant performed in year 20. This data is from the NOTO, which is our central organization by the government, which is providing the data regularly every year. So like in 2022, we performed 16,000 transplant, and the number of disease transplants were around more than 2,500, and around total donations were 941. The deceased donors were like kidney transplants were done 1,500, and living donor transplants were around 10,000. But still, we are improving day by day. So every year, we added 3,000 transplants next year. In 2023, India performed more than 13,000 transplants, and out of that, disease were 1,635. A liver transplant number is also increasing, but the deceased donor transplant is more or less the same, around 700 only. So we always say Delhi is the best, Delhi is the best, Delhi is the best, but you can say it is best in the living donor transplant. It is number one in the living donor transplant. But the rest of the states in southern India are performing actually very good. So these are top 5 states in India which are performing really good in terms of deceased organ donation: Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Gujarat, and Maharashtra. So the numbers are more than 500 now. So this is the data. I would just see this chart carefully. We always say in India, the living donation is more than the cadaver donation, but 1 or 2 states are actually going to reverse the number. You can say in Karnataka in 2022, the cadaver donations were more than the living donor donation. This is just for the kidney transplant. I am not talking about the liver transplant in this slide. 125% were cadaver donation. So this is actually we can just have we should learn from the Karnataka. So then other states are also doing good. But when we come to northern India, if I talk about my state, so we are not doing good. Only 2% donations happened in 2022, and even 1 or 2% in 2023. Total out of 80 to 100 transplants, only 2 were cadaver transplants. In Delhi, the living donors were more than 2,000, but only 56 transplants were done. So maybe more, there are many other factors like the government setups are doing very less number of transplants in Delhi NCR region. More or less, the private institutes are performing transplants. Most of them the numbers are highest in India, but you can see they are not doing nothing in the terms of disease donor transplantation. Only 2%. So, if this is the situation, we should learn from the top 5 states. Why are they doing so good? I was, when I was making this presentation, I just came to know the first deceased organ transplant was done in 2020 in Gujarat. After that, they did such a hard work, the organ donation rampantly increased. In 2021, 2022, and 23, you can see from 113 kidneys to 250, and now it is 254. So they are projecting the live chart on their website. So since 2021, they have added 75 new retrieval centers in whole states, even in a small town. Even after COVID, even a 20 or 30 bedded hospital had a ventilator or a very good operation theater setup. So they made all those hospitals, even with 20 to 30 beds, which are maintaining good amount of sterility in the operation theater. They have a mini ICU or a ventilator setup, or the surgeons are good. They made a retrieval centers, 75 retrieval center in small towns. So this added up to the program. In Kerala, the brain death certification was made mandatory in all the intensive care unit, irrespective of whether organ donation is going to happen or not. So they de-linked the organ donation from the brain death. till now the brain death is defined by 3 laws in India. Only the Transplant Act is correlating or linking the brain death with the organ donation. So like they said, brain death is nothing to do with organ donation. And let us first increase the numbers of brain death declaration. Then only we can think of organ donation. So, and like now coming to Telangana. So this is the like some best state organ donation.
Dr. Mittal, you have to be a bit.
Yes, just give me 5 minutes. Just
okay.
give me.
Thank you.
So the Telangana is right now doing more than 200 organ donations, and they have set up 40 government hospitals which are authorized to perform the transplant. But coming to Haryana, still we have to go a long way. We are like, this is the study which we did, and like still the numbers are very low. So our hospital was at the top list in last 5 years. And this study showed that even the doctors don't know the correct facts about the organ donation, what we can expect from the public. This is a real study recently done in Haryana. So like India is doing very good. So like in disease donor, India in 2023 first time crossed more than 1,000 mark. So the total 1,028 donors. Telangana donations were more than 200. Odisha government decided to the cremation of deceased organ donor to be held in full state honor. Rajasthan registered the highest number of organ donation pledges, more than 38,000. Even the Manipur government, Manipur hospital performed 2 cadaver transplants. PM Modi is also very much involved, and like they are giving regular updates on Man Ki Bharat program. The Aadhaar verified organ donation pledge is like a game changer. And India topped in hand transplants. Like they did 52 transplants in last 2023 year. So this was the last hand transplant performed in Haryana only. Now there are some changes in the policy of donation, like cadaver organ registration, like center has removed the 65 years bar. So we are also doing like some activities regularly regarding the organ donation, poster competitions, brain death activity among all the doctors in the nearby region. Like this activity was done, I would like want to like just show this activity. Like this activity was done by the police personnel. So we just asked them the question, what they know about organ donation. Whether are they geared up to bring a like injured patient, road traffic accident patient to a trauma center, whether they know what is the seriousness of the any accident which is happening on the road in India. More than 150,000 accidents are happening in India right now. So we did an activity with like 100 police personnel in Haryana. Regular organ donation pledges are being done. This is the last photo which we did Nokar Natak recently. With this, I would like to like have, if there is some any questions, I would love to have this.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Varun Mittal, for elaborating. Just close your this thing. For elaborating and informing about the organ donation through PPT presentation. I would like to add few things. First thing is now the time is changing. The recent survey done in Karnataka, the 20% of IT professionals, which are young generation people, young people, are now suffering from organ problems. And this is a very, very alarming situation for the country like India, because if the young generation will start, because of the lifestyle, they have to work overnight, they will be eating unhealthy foods, snacks, etc. So that is why now the situation is changing. As you have mentioned about North India, the last week I have a program in Bihar, Patna, and the figure in Patna is till from 1994, when the THOA Act has come in force, till from that to 2024, last 30 years rather, only 2 brain death surgery organ transplant took place. Very pathetic condition in North India. This is not a healthy thing for a living transplant, because living transplant is not the solution for the organ problems. You require the brain death persons in India, as you rightly said, about 167,000 people died through the road accident last year, and almost 50% of them can be declared brain death if there are brain death committees in place, because there are no brain death committees in North India, especially in North India hospitals. So the people are just taking them. So this is lots of challenges, solutions. But thank you very much, Dr. Varun Mittal, for giving the idea about where we stand today. And that is why this program today is very important of MOU signing of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK, so that they will also understand the situation here. We will also understand the situation there, and we will try to bring the best of the policies, best of the expertise from both the countries. Thank you very much, Dr. Varun Mittal. Now I would like to introduce to you a very, very special couple. First, I would like to introduce Rotarian Rupa Arora. Rotarian Rupa Arora is a teacher and organ donor lifesaver. According to Rotarian Rupa Arora, I quote, "Life's greatest gift is the gift of life itself. I am humbled to have been able to give my husband a second chance," unquote. Rotarian Rupa Arora, a dedicated teacher at Chandigarh Administration's Government High School, exemplifies compassion and selflessness, touching lives for beyond her classroom. The ultimate act of love. In 2011, Rotarian Rupa Arora performed an extraordinary act of love, donating a portion of her liver to her husband, Mr. P.K. Ratan, and saving his life. This life-changing decision reflects her unwavering commitment, courage, and the profound bond between them. Welcome, Rotarian Rupa Arora, on our show. And I would like to inform all the viewers as well as the Rotarians who are present here. The policy of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International is very clear that if any living donor is available and if he or she is interested to do the work creating organ donation awareness, we are making them as honorary member of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, and in that, Rotarian Rupa Arora is the honorary member of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. And both husband and wife, Rotarian Rupa Arora and Rotarian P.K. Ratan, are involved in creating the awareness, organ donation awareness. I would also like to introduce right now only, then both will be talking, the Rotarian, not Rotarian, Mr. P.K. Ratan, a grateful recipient. I quote what Mr. P.K. Ratan says, "I owe my life to my wife's selfless act. Her courage and generosity inspire me every day," unquote, said Mr. P.K. Ratan. As a senior accounts officer with Chandigarh Administration's Engineering Department, Mr. Ratan is deeply grateful for his second chance at life, continuing his service to the community with renewed purpose, a testament to love and resilience. The Arora's story is a powerful reminder of the life-saving impact of organ donation, the strength and support of family in times of need, how one selfless act can uplift an entire community. Advocacy for organ donation, Rotarian Arora performed experience has turned her into a passionate advocate for organ donation, working to raise awareness and dispel myths surrounding this vital cause. Let's break the stigma surrounding organ donation. Every individual has the power to save lives, says Ms. Rotarian Arora. Join the movement. Inspired by Rotarian Arora's remarkable story, consider becoming an organ donor today and give the gift of life. So welcome Rotarian Rupa Arora and Mr. P.K. Ratan on this very, very special program of Healing Our Earth on signing of MOU of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International and Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK. It's a historical moment brought to you, brought to everyone by Healing Our Earth team. Special thanks to Mr. Neil Kumar and his team, and special thanks to Rotarian Kirat Mistry for joining hands and signing the MOU. Now you are also a crusader, and I can vouch for you because you are not only creating awareness in India, you have participated in the transplant game in USA, where you have shown that an organ donor as well as organ recipients are equal to what a normal person is having. the lifestyle. And you are promoting them day and night through Facebook and others. We would like to know from both of you, one by one, your views on this very, very special day. Rotarian Rupa Arora and Mr. P.K. Ratan, please. Please unmute. Please unmute. Please unmute, Mr. Ratan. We can't hear you. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Rotarian Lal Goyal, for making part of this great event and for this ceremony of MOU signing ceremony today itself. We feel that this will definitely give a benefit to the international community as well. I am thankful to my living donor wife, first of all, because I feel not every person on the waiting list gets life as I got. There are so many people who never get opportunity to get an organ, and most of say goodbye to this world. So whenever I recollect my those days when I was admitted in the hospital, I was mercifully willing this life. I was very much interested. I was praying, God, let me give one more chance for this life. I will dedicate this life to in your service. It was very painful when I recollect my days. I was suffering too much. I was moving from one hospital to another. Ultimately, Dr. Ravinder Swan, who is my second God, who is serving as Chief Liver Transplant Surgeon in Medanta Hospital, Gurugram, due to his magical hands and due to the generosity of my wife, I could get this second chance at life. And through these events, we got to know that life for so many people is hell. So we decided to dedicate being role model in the society. In 2011, I got this liver transplant where my wife donated 65% of liver to me. And thereafter in 2014, we were blessed with our son. That means we are two generations alive in this world. So we thought we should come forward, as generally we thought people apprehend when the question comes for organ donation. Mostly the females are participating for organ donation. This is also one of the main points. So my wife, out of love and affection, she started thinking on the right first day when doctor proposed this survival through organ donation. So we thereafter, as I received this gift in 2011, my life was too much improved. And we participated in the transplant games, World Transplant Games, as well as in Transplant Games of America. And one more thing, we also participated in the Guinness World Record events, in two events which were held in USA, one for the largest gathering of organ donors at Chicago, and the other was at Salt Lake City. The ultimate motive was to convey messages to the worldwide masses, so that world may know that India is also so much competent now to show the world that these surgeries are performed and we are the living examples. Through this event, I also want to request both the partners that the maximum exchange must also be done so that both the countries may get benefit. Sharing our story always gave hope. I personally felt that when a person is passing through his life awaiting organ, he loses hope. The most of the important thing is he loses hope. So in my those days of despair, the only thing I had was, which seemed to have come to, that the life has come to a standstill. It felt like my breath would cease in a few days. Every day I pass through a torture chamber. Emotions echoed daily. My blood boiled every day. Death was slowly approaching. I was dying every day. I felt as if I was in a room without a window, passing my time in darkness. So whenever I recollect those days lying on the bed, mercifully waiting the second chance, so it becomes very difficult to again become to the normal situation. I pass on to
Thank
my
you very
wife.
much. We can understand your emotional feelings and the pain which you have suffered. It's really only those persons who suffered, they know the pain. But the unfortunate part is that in India, especially in India, the donors are very less. We do not want to donate, whatsoever the reason is. But they should understand that tomorrow their own very family member, anyone can also suffer with the same pain. And then if you are not ready to donate for others, who is going to donate for you? Thank you very much, Mr. P.K. Ratan. What you would like to say? आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे, Mrs. Arora? Would you like to say a few things? I know this is a very emotional thing for you to take a decision, but would you like to say something?
First of all,
Can you just turn your camera towards that because yes, please.
First of all, I want to say global namaste to all the Rotarians, and I am very thankful to Rotarian Lal Goyal for making me honorary member of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International and making us part of this great event. That's MOU. When I donated my part of liver to my husband, my age was 36. I was 36 years old. And I willingly choose this decision because choosing to donate a part of my liver to my husband is solely emotional and personal decision. It was my desire to see him healthy again.
Okay, so
Saving it was the major issue at that time because my husband was suffering from end-stage liver disease. Through this decision, he is not able to live a better quality of life, but also transform his life. That's
okay. Thank you very much, Rotarian Rupa Arora. Yeah, yes, you want to say something?
One thing I want to add, after donating a major portion of the liver, we completed two post-graduations. I completed two post-graduation, one for social work and another for journalism. Together we completed two, and recently she completed one more post-graduation. You can imagine after donating such a major organ, we are still leading a very healthy life.
Yes, yes.
It's a great message for the
Yes,
whole world.
and we did a program last time about the human values for women, and we know that how strong the women are. Although it is an unfortunate part in India, as you also mentioned, that 80% living organ donors are women in India, and only 19% recipients are women, which is not a good sign for a healthy community or a society or a country. So we want that the men should also come forward and donate to their loving ones. It should not happen that everyone should look towards the female only, the women only, and that is why India has to learn many things. Although the condition of UK also is not that great because I did the research the last year, and the last year figure says that the 55% donors are women and the recipients are 40%, but they are far better than India because there the recipients are only 19%. So long way to go, but I'm sure these types of programs, these types of signing MOU, we will learn from what UK people are doing, what we are doing here and other parts of the world. We will be able to see to it that no one should die for want of organ. So many people are dying. This is very, very unfortunate. And I'm so thankful to Rotarian Rupa Arora that she has taken a decision, although it's a tough decision by anyone today in the earth, because so many relatives, so-called relatives, always want to see that no one should do like this, but she has done. And you are fortunate to have a son after. That is also killing a myth, because here there is a myth that once you donate an organ, you will not be able to become a mother, and you will not become a father, but you have shown that you have done. So thank you very much, Rotarian Rupa Arora, for giving your views. Now it is an open forum for the questions or the anything to be discussed. Rotarian Kirat Mistry, we have seen the scenario in India. And it is an alarming situation. It's not an easy thing. Whenever I talk, people say, oh, you are always talking about organ donation. Why you are talking about only organ donation? The reason is very clear. Here, every minute, these are official figures I'm talking of NATO, National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization. Every minute, one person is dying. Today, this program of healing of a birth is about, say, 5 hours. It means 300 people is going to leave this world. Don't you think this is very sad? In only in India, I'm talking. I'm not talking of the world, and the situation in UK and other places are far better. So there are lots of challenges. We have to see to it. We have to face those challenges, and I'm sure the Rotary International, with a signing of MOU of today's with the Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK and Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, we will be able to do something. Because if one life, extra life is saved, is something which is very, very important. And I'm sure with guidance of yours, being so much work what you have done in organ donation and other fields, definitely it will be beneficial for the countries like India, as well as for other countries where we require more and more organ donation. Over to you, Rotarian Kirat Mistry.
Yeah, so it's great to see Rupaji and PKG as well, because I was fortunate present. I met them in the UK at the Transplant Games, and then they kindly met them in Chandigarh as well. So it's really great to see that you're part of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, and really look forward to seeing you in Germany if you're there next for the World Games in 2025. But I think what you're saying, Rotarian Golal, is very important. But I was very great to see the statistics that Dr. Mittal has produced, because although in the UK we have lots of free services, we have lots of opportunities, but the population is not so great as India, right? And I was fortunate to be visiting India 2 years ago, and I did meet Donate Life and Dr. Nilesh Bhai, who actually is doing some fantastic work in Surat. So if we could only, in the UK, if we took Gujarat's successes and planted in one part of UK, where Leicester I'm from, we should be doing, triple the amount of donations, only if we can get the education and getting the people to understand the importance of organ donation. We are getting there slowly, but we need more work. And that's why NGOs are very important to do this work. And joining hands with Rotary International and the clubs, with your club, we can further, ensure that we get more, we save more lives. Dr. Sunil Daga is also, doing a fantastic work around statistics, and also, but it'd be good to just get your thoughts on what Dr. Mittal has presented, because you're a frequent visitor and you'll be going to India soon as well. So it'd be good to learn from giving the UK context, but also the Indian context, and what could we do to jointly increase that?
Thank you, Kirit Bhai, and thanks all the passionate, colleagues on the call. I think there's a lot of learning that we could do from each other. As you said, Kirit, the Gujarat, although there are a huge India diaspora outside India, they are always connected to India, whether that's a Bollywood movie, cricket, food, or whatever it is. No, so just focusing on our population in UK with our own model, it isn't going to work, because they're always on the phone, to Indian communities. So that's really good to see that the organ donation taking center stage, Narendra Modi and everybody supporting it, it is also going to help us. Now, my own work, Goyalji, when we did some interviews about people who are waiting on the waiting list, because in UK, the waiting disease donor is so good that almost automatically everybody will go and wait and not put their loved ones through a living kidney donation or living liver donation, because they say, well, I can wait for a year or 2 or 3. on average, in Leeds, an individual wait for 500 days for a kidney transplant, and they'll just push that rather than asking their loved ones to donate. And hence, we have the numbers. I mean, in India, 9 out of 10 is from living kidney donation, and we're getting 1 out of the 6 in the Asian community. So you could see how, and I would challenge that with the deceased donation getting better in India, you probably are going to face that at some point, because people are just going to take the easy route and not put their loved ones through. At some point that will happen, not now, but probably 10, 15 years down, when the programs are better. And you suppose it's a good thing, if that can happen, because individuals are living longer, they will need second kidney, third kidney. So in a way, that's good, but then that in itself creates a challenge for us. When we interviewed individuals who decided to wait as compared to ask, it's quite a lot of things, from culture of silence, like a woman not having empowerment to ask from a man or anybody from the family to help them. Even in Britain, we have the same things that you would probably face in India. What I think is the key thing is the general education level. The more they are, educated, more earning, they are the one who feel confident, whether they are men or a woman, to go and ask for an organ from their friends or a family or whatnot. So it's quite a complex societal issues, from cultural to that person to individual factors. I don't think all of that can be sorted out, in one go, but I think working together is the key thing. I would love to, for example, adopt some of the resources that Indian colleagues have on different languages. Kirit and me have been working on having better resources to make decisions. Amrita, you said about decision making. If you aren't going to have good resources, people aren't going to understand what you're talking about. Health literacy is so poor in UK. 55% of individuals can't even read 8th standard book and understand. So just because it's a developed country doesn't mean people understand the health information. So we would love, for example, immediately to copy paste some of the resources like Dr. Mittal might have that in different languages. We can give that to we have 200 languages in UK. I'm sure you can help us with 20 different languages. There are so many things we can exchange, and that's what I'm excited about. The Rotary Club coming in with multinational, bringing all this together rather than all of us reinventing the wheel. The wheel of Rotary is one. We just take it from each other and use for the benefit of the patients. That's what I think we need to do, is work collaboratively and maybe have a resource bank where we can put all of them and we just take it from each other and actually support our patient. That's all I would say, Kareem.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. I would like to just add one thing here, that as Rotarian Kirat also said, that in UK, the mortality rate, but even if you multiply, the population is less. Yes, I understand. The population is about 1/20th of India. So multiply 20 with the 432 people who lost their life last year. So it works out not even 10,000. While in India, the figure is 5 lakhs. It's very, very alarming. The same population. That's why the Indian conditions are requiring lots of awareness, as well as the changes in the laws, which is now the need of the hour. And I'm sure that this joint venture or the MOU which we have signed today will definitely come out with the new things. And as Dr. Mittal mentioned, as well as Dr. Rajendra Agrawal and our Indian donors and recipients, as well as from your side, that if we will have such type of interactions frequently, definitely the ideas will be exchanged. The people will understand what is why it is happening, why the more donation, or why the so much lives are saved in UK, why it is not possible in India. There is either the mindset has to be changed or the law has to be changed. We have to work on this. As far as women conditions are concerned, I gave you the statistics. I remember when I spoke at the Rotary Club of Leicester, when I spoke about Indian statistics, they were having apprehension about India. But when I gave their UK statistics also, although it is far better than India, but it is not equal. It should be equal. It should be 50-50, not 40%. But in India, the condition is very pathetic. Only 19% is not an ideal situation. and especially the states like North India, where the conditions are very poor. And I think I told in one of the program which I did in one of the organ donation coordinator told me this, sir, whenever the doctor comes after the examination of the patient and he declares that this patient requires a kidney or a liver, immediately all the men folks looks towards the women, whether mother, wife, sister, or the daughter, who is going to donate. Now, this is not acceptable. After all, they are also human beings. They are also the same, but rather they are better than the men, in my opinion, because we are there because of them. And if we are treating them like this, it requires lots of education is required, where we have to learn from Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK, as well as we have to give our inputs also. Yes, thank you very much.
I'll just add, you made a statement that whether we have to change the mind or the law. UK, as you know, there are 4 different countries in UK. Wales had change of law well before England. England had change in law for 4 years. You would expect that the numbers will increase, but it has reduced. The family consent rate has gone down despite the change in law. I personally don't feel we need to focus on the law. It doesn't work. We need to change the mind. And that's where the UK has gone wrong. They've implemented the law, but not really focused on change of mind. For example, Spain, where it works really well, they invested huge in changing mind across the country, the education, the culture, and hence it works in Spain and it doesn't work in UK. And I mean, we all had that concern, isn't it, Kirit, when this was coming through. 4 years down the line, it isn't working. So I would suggest if we have to focus as a Rotarians, we need to focus change in mind through our clubs, through our membership, and not so much advocacy on change in law, which is important, but I don't think it's going to really have impact without the other.
Totally agree, and I think that's why the Rotary clubs in every city is where if we can champion organ donation, that will then spiral and cascade people's thinking and changing mindsets. So definitely.
Rotarian Kirat Mistry, can you just correct me if I'm wrong? In 2019, the 770 approximately were the mortality for want of organ in UK. While in 2023, it is now 432. That is the figure available on Google. Is it correct or not?
I think you're right. 432 is the current one.
And then 2019, before the law changed, it was 770 or so.
Well, the important thing is...
So that it means the mortality has gone down after the changing of law. Anyway, we'll not discuss that point because that is a thing which we can discuss.
But I mentioned earlier, Dr. Is that since the law changed, because of the misinformation and communication, 500,000 people from predominantly South Asian diasporas decided to opt out. So that also shows that the figures you're referring to may be also that. But again, it's something that we need to do more work on around changing conversation, having conversations. Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Any questions from our Indian panelists? If you want to ask, you are free to ask. Or shall we go for our dinner because it's already 10:15. I have overshooted my allotted time because my time is for 1 hour. But yes.
But still, the Rotarian Lal Goel, it is such an interesting as well as important discussion. You are doing such a good thing, and this kind of a noble thing does not count the time in minutes or seconds actually. And definitely because, and secondly, I was also thinking, so one question that I had in my mind is that, do you think that for every country, based on their socio-economic and cultural beliefs, the model of approach for this kind of a campaign for organ donation will be very different? So the model that we are adapting in UK will not primarily work in India, or the model we have adopted in India might not work in US or other countries because based on all the kind of diversity, socioeconomic conditions, beliefs, as well as cultural ethno practices has a big difference. So over to you, Rotarian Lal Goel, and we can have a channel on that.
Yeah, Amrita, see, look, what we are saying is that we will see the best part of the UK which can be adopted for the benefit of the Indian conditions. Similarly, UK people will be adopting the best path which is beneficial for the UK people. It is not that we will be taking all the things which UK is doing or USA is doing. Everyone is having a different demographic, different culture, language, religion, beliefs, etc. So what we have to see to it that we will take the best of things, and that is the best part of our MOU. If you go through the MOU, that we will be accepting, we will be encouraging the best part, what is happening in UK. We will create the awareness in such a way that the people in UK will feel that, okay, if this is to be done, it is a great thing. Similarly, in India, we will take the best part of UK and we will create the awareness. So you rightly said that there is a lots of difference culturally, education-wise and other, but we have to take our goal is same, that to save the lives. No one should die for want of organ. For that, whatsoever the best thing we have to take, we have to take. And that's why this MOU of today is very, very important. Few of my Rotarian friends asked me, what advantage you are going to get? I said, yes, if you are thinking of short term, there might not be anything. But a long term, it is going to be advantageful, because tomorrow the lawmakers in UK or in India will definitely understand what are the advantages and disadvantages of the policies adopted in UK or adopted in India. And they will try to change those things themselves. And this is a starting step. I'm sure that we have to go a long way. And I wish that Rotarian Kirat Mistry will definitely be there as a mentor for this club, because the tenure of the president is for 1 year, but he will be there so that, and fortunately, we both are charter presidents. So that designation will never go till we die, because the charter president will remain charter president. So definitely. What you say about this Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal? We will always remain the charter president. We will not be going to be the president, or we will not be that.
Yes, Mr. Lal Goyal. I think the wonderful discussion today, and our purpose is to increase more and more donors and have more and more people surviving because of organ donation. So your passion, which has ignited this in India and all over the world now, I think so will make a big, big, big difference. So wonderful, and congratulations to everybody joining this.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think Rotarian Lina, she wants to say.
Yes, Lynn wants to say. Yes, Lynn.
Yeah.
So I just to say, I think what we all agree on is that, yes, we're looking at the same goal, but it's how we get to the goal, which is what has been discussed here. And there are different options. But for me in the UK, I feel that it's wonderful that the patients don't have to pay for their transplants. So that makes a big difference to our patients' lives. But the government who organize these transplants, they don't invest any money really into educating the public who are the donors, potential donors. And that's what is lacking in this country, is there's not enough invested in educating the public, be it the schools, the universities. It's Fresher Week this week, and going to the Rotary clubs, the WI clubs, etc., educating the public, because it's the public who are the potential donors. Yeah. The recipients, they're the converted, going and having a stand at the transplant games is preaching to the converted. We need to be in, Central Station and in airports, etc., where the public are, high footfall. So I think our goals are the same, and how we get to our goals differ in each country. But the law is not made a difference in this country, and it does need to invest in education. So for us volunteers, we do our best in educating, but it's still not enough. We need more people doing it.
Totally agree. Totally agree, Lynn.
The Rotary Club will help with that, I hope. Which is great. We need to get that article in your newsletter. David's probably gone now, Kirit.
Yes.
But 37,000 people read the Rotary Club newsletter, I think, in this country.
That's
so
correct.
That's a good way. And so we're just about to put that together, I think, an article in there. just little steps. Yeah, one step for whatever, a giant step for mankind. Whoever it was said that, landing on the moon. So anyway,
And
lovely to meet you all.
We'll make sure that this MOU is part of our that's going to go out to the 33,000 Rotarians in the UK, because we, as I said, we want to grow the club in England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland. And I think it's powerful what you said, Lynn, about education, but also most important, the powerfulness is having people like Rupa and Rupaji and PK and recipients and donors coming out and sharing their stories. That's what's going to change people's minds and thinking.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, very right.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal Goyal. Thank you, Rotarian Kirit Mistry, and all the guests who joined and all the Rotarians. Isn't it wonderful that we've all agreed that organ transplant, organ donation has to be more outreach within the community, not just Asian community, the community at large, the whole earth. It will be very useful. And two of our stalwarts who got together and said, let's get Rotary coming in, and both of them are Rotarians, Rotarian Lal Goyal in India and Kirit Mistry here in United Kingdom. And Lean, exact point you say that yes, more can be done, but let us not stop. We keep on plowing ahead so we can bring more outreaches, more people interested. And talking about more, let's go for a quick round before we wind up, starting with Rotarian Lal Goyal in case he has got a meeting. What encouragement or tips would you like to give people listening in the social media so that when either explore organ transplant or donation whilst they are living, and or if something happens to them? What would you like to tell them over the minute, Rotarian Lal Goyal?
See, in my opinion, the organ donation is a supreme donation, because today we can donate money in temple, church, mosque, gurudwara, but we cannot save life. We are not doctors. Even doctors are helpless. If the organ, if the heart is failing, or the kidney is not working, or the pancreas is not working, they require replacement, and they require that organ. And for that, only solution is organ donation. So we are giving new life, and one brain death can give up to the 9 new lives to new persons. We are not God, but God has given us power. So I consider organ donation as a supreme donation. Secondly, which I always say, that if you want to become immortal, earlier people used to drink nectar, but today, if you lucky enough to donate your organs, after 100 years, you will be remembered. I always tell, two children, if suppose tomorrow I declare brain death and my organs were donated, and one life has been saved by the heart transplant of my heart, after 100 years, two children might be talking to each other, and one of them say, you know, my great-great-grandpa or great-great-ma was saved by one Mr. Goyal. After 100 years. And I know that after this meeting, you might be forgetting who is Mr. Goyal, or after 2 days, or after 1 week. So if one has to become immortal, please be an organ or even tissue donor. If it's a natural death, donate your eye cornea or the skin or the bones or the tendons, so that the lives can be improvised. So I always say, everyone, please do something. And the motto of the Rotary is very clear: service above self. So the service above self is the best thing, is organ donation. That's my take.
Very passionate appeal from Rotarian Lal Goyal, who is a very much organ donation person, 24/7, 365. And he breathes organ, he talks organ, he loves organ, he promotes organ. So what better than coming from a man who passionately believes what he does? Let's ask our resident panelist here, spinal surgeon Anukul Goswami. Over the 1 minute, what encouragement would you give people so they can either donate or think of organ transplant? Over to you, Anukul.
I think it is very fantastic what the Rotarians are doing. I never could understand. I never knew that you can go right across the world and spread the message of doing the good for everybody. And the very idea that you live through the other people's body for years. We are only remembered for as long as our kids or grandkids remember us. But when you're giving it through the organs, you're remembered for many, many times. And that's a huge thing. It is it's a privilege to be able to donate. I think that's a idea people should be able to get in their mind, and it's something that people and our hosts like Neil can do, is to propagate that particular value within our society and communities over here in UK itself. It'll be a great thing.
So feel good to give and get the joy by seeing joy on the person you are giving. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And somebody who has received for last 25 years is over here, Declan. Declan, what would you like to tell to people so they feel more encouraged to come forward like how you did?
I think that it's respect and consideration for other people. I think that their appreciation that when a person dies, that person has gone, but others can still live and will be benefited hugely from that. That's so important, and that's what needs to be communicated across.
Very beautifully said. Respect for others. Let others live through you in case if you're deceased and you know that, well, you won't know after disease, you don't know what happens, but then it is very good. So Declan, you are a living example of what you have achieved, and over 25 years you had your transplant. You are still going strong. So there is a very good light at the end of the tunnel, which is so beautiful. And Lynn, you were made very passionate. You were very clear, very succinct, and Rotary have come forth very much. So it's not just two people in Rotary. Many people, David was here, Chris was there, and many Rotarians who are part of Healing Our Earth. Anyway, what encouragement would you like to give so more people can consider at least reading about it or exploring it?
Trying to be succinct, I would say, if you wish to save lives after you die, consider donating your organs and have the conversation with your families now so that they know what your wishes are, and then they will support your wishes. So just think about it, go home and have that conversation about saving lives after you die.
So it's so passionate coming from India, from Rotarian Lal Goyal to you, to Declan, who is a recipient, and you say, talk to your family. Well, somebody did. He talked to his wife talked to him. P.K. Ratan actually talked to Rotarian Rupa, and he is one of the recipients as well. P.K. Ratan, what would you like to say so people gets more encouraged through your example?
I would like to say that everyone should get himself or herself registered as a sign of their love and respect for their fellow human beings. Because I would not have been alive today. I've got 13 years bonus life only because somebody said yes to the organ donation. My wife would have been a widow if she had not took the decision on the very day when it was necessitated. So it's my humble request that everyone should get himself or herself registered for a fellow human being.
And which organ transplant did you get you were the recipient of?
I'm liver recipient.
Liver recipient. And it's 13 years back when you started, is that right?
Yeah.
So look, another example that at least 13 years, and look, he's smiling. There is nothing distress on his face, and many more years to come. So Declan, 25 years, P.K. Ratan, 13 years. Sunil, this brings you because we discussed average potential age of kidney transplant. We discussed age to 25 years. We got somebody with 25 years and very fit, so it might go to 35, 45. And he's already 60. So Declan only has to pull 35 or 40 years more to hit a century. Isn't it wonderful that we've got living example that the light is definitely there at the end of the tunnel? What would you like to say that would encourage people to explore more?
Well, I would say that in your lifetime, you're more likely to need an organ transplant than become an organ donor. In UK, only 1% of individual who dies are able to become a donor, but there are many more proportion who will need an organ for themselves. So that's really reality check. And I would further add that we do a will We talk about who should receive our house or land or jewelries because we consider them as very, very important possession. But we forgot about the biggest possession, which is ourselves, our body. That can actually save so many lives and transform so many. I really think they need to think about in the will, what do they want to happen about the most important possession, the body itself. That's what I would like them to think.
Thank you, Sunil. And another, so we are going to still ask Dr. Rajendra and Dr. Varun and Kirit. Before we do that, Rotarian Lal Goel, situation in UK is slightly different because we got NHS. So there is hardly any cost of any kind, both for the donors and recipient. In India, the situation is different. But knowing that there are so many Indians settled here in United Kingdom who have got relatives in mainly in Tamil states and Gujarat states and Maharashtra states and Punjab states and general popular states, I believe that a UK person can donate their organ into India if they are relative. But then, is there any further cost at that end? Are the surgeries and transplant being charged? Because organ is free. In India, organs are sold. Is that right?
No. In India, organs can't be sold or purchased. It's totally controlled by the government. The situation is that the organ recipient has to bear all the cost of the transplant. So if a person who is taking the organ, he or she has to bear all the cost, and the donor, once they decide to donate the organs, then the cost stop at their expenses or the office bill, etc. stops there. But the problem here is the recipient has to bear so much cost. As I told you, the kidney is costing between 250,000 to 800,000 rupees. Similarly, for the liver, it starts from 15 lakhs to 25 lakhs. Heart starts from 25 lakhs to goes to 50 lakhs. Lungs starts from 75 lakhs, goes in crores. So a normal person in upper middle class can't afford, forget about the BPL or the lower middle class. So only super rich can afford. Unfortunately, the insurance companies, although now government is trying them that they should insure, but the insurance companies' insurance is very, very less. And if they want, anybody wants to put this in, then the premium is so high that the people are not cannot afford it. So in India, the situation is different. Secondly, even if a UK person wants to donate their organs, the organ's time limit is very small. The shelf life of an organ is very small. Doctors know it well, that the heart is 4 to 6 hours. Within 4 to 6 hours, it has to be harvested and transplanted in the other person. So if a person is declared brain death in UK, it is very unlikely that the heart can come to India because the minimum air time is about 8 hours or so. So that is not practical. Only thing possibly if suppose somebody is in India, and in that case, if the person declare brain death, then only the transplant can take place. That too, there is a defined relationship in India who can donate, like grandparents, parents, siblings, spouse, children and grandchildren. Apart from them, if anybody wants to donate, then the permission is required, which takes even years, and forget about months. So that it is impossible to get an unrelated person or a distant related person here.
So Rotarian, you are very much right that there is so much work to do. First, to find and source organ donors. Then to find the fees for the transplant, whether either government can subsidize or there could be a mandatory subsidy for that, where people are not profiting exorbitantly on there and a fixed cost. So that's the second work. Third, we identify in our earlier episodes, women are more pressured into giving to their relatives as opposed to the men are. And as you say, one cannot legislate when one is going to die. So certain organs cannot be transported within the right time until unless the living person, for example, a kidney living person in UK is visiting in India and willingly wants to donate, then that's a different situation. Have I summarized it correctly so far?
No, last point which you said, if a person is here in India and if he wants to donate the kidney, He can donate the kidney only to the relatives which I have given you that definition. He cannot donate. Suppose you wanted to donate a kidney to me, you can't donate in India.
Correct. We say the relative. It's got to be the relative.
Relative means only those defined as a relative purview, not everyone.
Yes. So at least that is very good. Somebody has just shared something. Who is this person?
Okay, Lynn here. Sorry.
Okay, Lynn, and there is no copyright material in this. Is that right? Is
this
your...
It's the practice in England, in the UK is different with live donation. We have altruistic, you can just donate, you don't know who will get it. And we have the paired schemes and the matching where you have the wrong blood group for your husband, but you can donate to someone else and then their wife can donate to your husband. So there's a load of different ways of getting live donation into people of kidneys and part livers as well. But I just posted, this was our first baby heart transplant, because I know that one of the gentlemen was talking about heart transplants earlier. This was our first baby, 5 months old, Kaylee, and that's Kaylee. She's now 37 years old with her first heart. So just to put it into perspective, that baby had a baby donor that the father said yes to donating. His wife was killed in the accident and the baby was brain dead and donated. So this is the reality of donation, saving life and giving life. And we have lots of other medical issues that still need to be overcome as to in which country we're in. It does vary as to the practices, obviously, with live donation. And I think with kidneys, they have about, 24 hours, Sunil? Are you still here? You're the kidney expert. So whether a kidney from England could actually make it over to India to a family member, they would be allowed to donate. I'm not sure who would pay for the flight, but it would be covered the cost of having the operation and donating the kidney. And but I don't know if practically and logistically that would work for the kidney. It works for stem cell transplants. They can travel, but and livers and hearts and lungs couldn't go very far, unfortunately. We can go to Europe, but no further. That's all I'm saying. That's it. Just a little, and that's my pet. Baby Kaylee.
I will just clarify for India perspective view. If you just close this.
Yes, I'm trying to get rid of it now. You must have worked out I'm not very good at this.
Okay,
don't worry. I'm going to help you.
I'll try and get rid of it. Oh,
so
is that gone?
It is like this, that we also have a chain or the swap donation acceptable in India, but it is very rare because one kidney can go to some other one and the other one can go to the other one. That is allowed, but still the same thing. The permission has to be required from a committee, which takes time. It is not easy to take the permission. One thing. Secondly, as you mentioned that the kidney can come from UK at free of cost. No, the charges in India, especially if the kidney is going from Bombay to Delhi, they will charge the full amount of the doctor accompanying the kidney box. They are not giving, even in the charter plane. I have raised this question that for the charter plane, the government is charging GST. They are charging the parking charges, everything, because it is not treated, the plane is not treated as an ambulance. It is treated as a private plane. So there are no relaxation. Even the airline people are charging full ticket. Even if the ticket is available for discount, they will charge the full ticket for this. So in India, the economics are very different, and that's why what our past DG Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal is doing is a great thing, and this MOU is going to open the doors. So many donors who would like to donate in this particular thing for our first project of 100 pediatric surgery free of charge can also come through the Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK, and the money can be given directly to the patients or to the hospital, not to the patient, to the hospital, because in India you cannot pay for a kidney or anything. It is termed as an inducement. It is prohibited in law. So there are many things which are restricted here, which are good also, because otherwise people exploit here by purchasing. Before 1994, when the THOA Act came, it was a prevalent that people used to buy from the poor patients, the kidney they take out. either knowingly, unknowingly, or by paying some money. So that is the condition in India.
So a lot of work has still to be done, as we agreed, and Rotary Lal Goyal said, you have started the ball rolling. Let us make sure the ball keeps on rolling, and whichever way any country can help any country, we do that. Any country and organ donors within that country, let us do that. The good thing is that India Visa Department has now extended a mandatory 6 months becomes 1 year. If you are doing organ donation, it's an automatic. You don't have to register in India. If you're gone, you are allowed at least for a year, which is automatic now. So I think progress is happening, and Rotary Lal Goyal, you are also part of it, because the lawyers in Ahmedabad who you brought earlier, together with yourself and other people in India, are forging and making things to make it easier. Yes, it will take time, but look, the ball has started rolling. Let's make sure that it keeps on and gaining momentum. And Dr. Varun, what is your 1 minute tip or inducement for people to go ahead and explore the idea, not shut their mind off?
Just say one thing, like, let us not donate to the patients, let us donate for their families. Like in India, so there is a single member family, like children and wife or parents are dependent on the one earning member. So if we are saving life of that patient, actually we are saving the lives of 6 other people. So the people should come forward not to donate for that patient. Actually, we are not saving the life of one patient, we are saving whole family's life. So like the people should pledge for not for the one patient, they should pledge for the whole family. One patient can save one family.
Correct. Well done. Good point. So if it's a breadwinner, or if it's a person who is actually running your whole family, this is a good point. So effectively, what Dr. Varun is saying, please donate. Do explore. In any situation, do that. Rotary Lal Goyal, you've got a point to make?
Yeah, I just want to add one more thing, that now in USA the research is going on xenotransplantation. That is where the organs taken from the animals and put in the humans, and they are doing it, and they have done 2 kidney transplants, 1 heart, 1 liver, and I was told that about 100 days was the average shelf life of this transplant. So it is a thing which is going to be the future, because if we will be able to do more research, which I am sure the UK and India, when we are talking about this MOU, if we will explore this possibility of xenotransplantation in a big way, because India advantage in India is that we have a very reasonable rates for the research. Like you might all be knowing that in space, the aircraft which has gone, Chandrayaan has gone to space, it is very less costing than the NASA aircrafts. So because we have good doctors, we have infrastructure, only thing is that we require guidance. So I'm sure this MOU between these 2 Rotary clubs will get the expertise. Even if we will start exploring about the xenotransplantation, and tomorrow if we will get the success in that, and we will be able to save the lives, by then tomorrow the things will be changed and nobody will die for want of organs. That is my last take on this.
Thank you. So let's keep on being positive. Let's keep on doing more research. Meanwhile, while the research is taking place, let's encourage more people to donate their donors while they are alive. And if they are gone, give them an option to do that. Dr. Rajendra, you have done a lot of helping a lot of children with heart transplant, etc. Earlier you mentioned, and Lynn brought an example, and Rotary and Rupa actually met the person in 2019. So what tip and inducement would you like to give people to keep on donating?
I would like to make one specific point today. Dr. Lal Goyal, if I'm not mistaken, in India, if there's a brain dead person, and if the family consents to give the organs, it goes to anyone in queue. So
yes,
what I would like to say, in India we got so many accidents happening and brain dead people coming to the hospital. So I would like to say, if tomorrow I am brain dead, I would tell my wife in advance, kindly donate my heart, because it is going to live in another person's body. So imagine a heart living of your near and dear one and not being dead. Your eyes being alive and seeing after you're dead. If such a points are made, who would say no?
But in India, unfortunately, I will give you the figures. Last year, more than 1,67,000 people died through road accident. Although the brain death, total brain death declared is approximately, they say that about 3 lakhs, but let's say 1,67,000. If the brain death committees are in place in all the districts in India, then at least 80,000 people would have been declared brain death, approximately 50%. But unfortunately, total 1,000 people, as Dr. Varun has also shown the figure, has donated this thing. This is very alarming. In USA, I was in USA, I discussed with this, their sharing a network, which is again like Noto, Soto, etc. And I discussed with them. They says that here, if you are declared brain dead, then 99% the family says yes, because they also have the opt-in system. But 1% says, no, these signatures are not Mr. Goel, fraud, etc. So they leave it. But in India, it is totally different, because here people are not interested. Even if my wife or my children says yes, but here we have the concept of chacha, tau, mosa, mosi, and the bua, fufa. They will say, no, 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 don't give. They will not get the moksha in this thing. So here we have to come across the, and that's what in one of the program, I think the last program only, somebody mentioned about joint family advantage, disadvantage, and I said it is a disadvantage also, because in joint family people have more says and negative says than the positive says, while in nuclear family there is nothing like that. But definitely in a brain death case in India, that organs goes as per the wait list maintained by Noto, Soto, and Roto.
Thank you, Rotary Lal Goyal. So let's keep on exploring. Let's bring more organ donors on board. Let us research more. Let us find better solution. Let us find in countries like India and Africa where they have to pay for it. Let us find methods where there could be organizations or donors or sponsors who can bear some sort of cost. A lot of work has to be done. Kirit, as an episode producer, together with Rotary Lal Goyal, how do you feel and what do you feel we have achieved today?
Well, just by having the various speakers here and people sharing their personal journeys of transplantation, also the medical and the kind of Rotary colleagues, it's been a great program. As we start Organ Donation Week here in the UK from tomorrow, it's further going to help us raise awareness of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK. We are looking for increasing the members for our club. But in terms of the partnership, I think what the MOU will help is great to look at what the challenges are in India, which Rotarian Golal has mentioned, seeing how we can help eliminate some of those and how we can work on those challenges. And I think the research element and working with governments, as I totally agree with Dr. Daga, is that the law change hasn't made much impact here in the UK. So what impact that will be made is by mobilizing the communities, changing the mindsets, and working at the grassroots. And this is where the Rotary Club come in, and the Rotary Club will be able to do that. And the message has been quite powerful from all of the presenters today and the speakers. But my kind of line is, and my mantra has always been, if you're willing to take an organ, then you should be willing to donate. Don't put religion, culture, and it's gonna be my karma is gonna not bring me. From a Hindu perspective, we get reincarnated and I won't come back full. Some of that is belief is fine, but it's the life and death is what we're talking about. Saving lives. Why burn our organs when we can save people's lives? And that's been the ongoing challenge we've had. But that's why we've had to change people's thinking from the religion and the culture point of view to make it simple. Tomorrow you need an organ. Are you going to take it, or your loved one? They say yes. So then do the same and make sure you honor and save. And my final message really is thanks to our members who have joined our Rotary Club, because we've got a great team and we're going to build further teams. But it's through colleagues who are passionate. It's not just these people who have come on board are not just doing it because of it's their job, right? It's because their passion. That they may be medically professionals doing this work for a day-to-day basis, but Dr. Daga and others give time outside of their work to champion this cause. So that's what we will bring people together. And again, finally, thanks to Rotarian Golal, because I think your inspiration drives me, and I think I'll learn more from you, and we can learn from each other and your team as well. And glad to have you as our honorary member as well. And likewise. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And
Beautiful, Kirit. And just before we close, a quick comment from Sunil Daga, and then Amrita will wind up into closing and will tell people about the future episodes. It's so wonderful. So many people have contributed. Everybody agrees organ donation is the in thing at the moment. Ethically, morally, culturally, socially, medically, everywhere, right momentum is now. Sunil, your quick comment, and then over to you, Amrita.
Thank you. As I said earlier on, although I'm in UK for 22 years, my one leg is always in India. One of the things that I feel a great hope is the Ayushman Bharat scheme. I read that organ transplant is covered through that, so that I don't want the listener to think that it's all from in pocket. The government of India is making organ transplant free. The dialysis has already gone free, and that actually inspires me. And Dr. Mittal, you might correct me. It might not reimburse all of the amount, but kidney, liver, and heart transplant is now covered free of cost for people with below poverty line, which essentially is quite a lot of Indians, to be honest. So I think having disease organ transplantation with Ayushman Bharat scheme will reduce the inequality, particularly the women's, particularly the poor people. So I'm quite inspired, and I wanted to make that point that it's not all doom and gloom for poor people in India. And I'm quite proud that things are moving in that direction.
There you are, perfect choice. The look, light is still at the end of the tunnel. It is still expensive in India, but there are some ways and some places where certain organs are still being sponsored. So don't stop. Explore, explore, explore is beautiful. And Kirit, you had one comment to make. Did you, Kirit, before we just tell people about our future episode?
Yeah, sorry. I think from the UK, we could learn, if we look at India and President Modi, who's supported organ donation, I think we should try and get that same message to the UK, and hopefully our UK President, Prime Minister can start championing, and we can then get the two prime ministers to kind of do an MOU of how we work together. So that will be a great achievement. So I just want to leave it to there, but that's out of our hands, but we can still, by this MOU, we'll start to create the momentum for that.
So there you are. Once again, don't stop at it. Keep on pursuing. Explore, explore, explore medically, culturally, politically, expense-wise, with hospitals, with authorities, with your siblings, with your family, with your relatives, with your neighbors. Effectively, just keep on exploring it. Amrita, let's tell the people what the next episodes are, and then we can just thank everybody and have a nice round off. So here we go.
Yes. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Upcoming from the change of organ donation, it's time to pay some prayers for Navratri. And so on the 29th of September, 2024, we are having Navratri special for chanting, singing, dancing, and just be in the realm of Goddess Durga. And then something special for the gut health, achieving good health gastronomically. We are bringing to you Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen episode, which will be broadcasted on 6th of October, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Followed by Health from Gut, and from there we move to Ayurveda special, where we'll be having an event of Ayurveda Day celebration with a theme Ayurveda for healthy aging, which will be broadcasted on 13th of October, 2024. Thank you. This has been a very beautiful episode. I would say beautiful in the sense because it talks about the sensitive points from the harsh realities of life to the medical verge of importance of organ donation. And another important thing which I wanted to say before we wind up today's episode is, as everyone has talked about, and we have so many experts and eminent guests for this chat today on this organ donation need, it is very important to have a community and a person outreach for people to understand in vast populated countries, so that when the imprint of one poster or one wallpaper on the side of a bus, a moving bus, a street wall of a room, wall of a home that talks about something like this, definitely gives an impression to another person about, yes, I must think about it. So knocking the doors and knocking the heads out to live in legacy for building up a better humanity, a better world, is an aim of Healing Our Earth, due to which we bring to you every Sunday these fascinating, beautiful topics that you can learn, share, and talk about, and also with a question mark to think what is right, what's not. And with that, I would like to specially thank Kirit Mistry, who has been an episode producer, as well as Rotarian Lal Goyal, who has also been an episode producer, for making this episode a successful one. And secondly, my humble thanks to all the eminent guests for their time, expertise, as well as their views that they have given is really valuable. We look forward for your better contribution in future episodes. It's time to wind up with the Gayatri Mantra. Om Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्